From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM. New, urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, I, special one from the CEO, stand with the spoon. And your boy, tried it the South, man. On the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to get part of the session. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you just want you know. If they can't prepare for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening more than to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah. You from Virginia, Maryland to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Every income, my president, my brother to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon.
You want to get his notes on the spoon.
Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes,
Spoon TV. Spoon.
yes, you got it.
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to get part of spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon station. Spoon television.
Yes, I, special one from the CEO, stand with the spoon. And your boy, tried it the South, man. On the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to get part of the session. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you just spoon you know. If they can't provide for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You from Vanjama, Maryland to Gospel. Yeah, to Gospel. Every incapable, regular, Maryland to Gospel. You got a sport TV, you got a sport radio to Gospel. Yeah, to Gospel.
You want to get news update? Don't just move.
Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, Spoon TV. Yes, you got it. Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment. Todo Spoon to get your information. Todo Spoon. Spoon, spoon,
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the south, man. Rogers on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to get my affection. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. Let the children cry for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, right? To the spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Vanjama, Maryland to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Every incapable, regular, Maryland to the spoon. You got a sport TV, you got a sport radio to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon.
You want to get a news update? Don't just move.
Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes,
Spoon TV. Spoon,
you got it.
spoon Spoon
Ba-da-ba-di-da-di-da.
spoon
Skiddy-dee-dee-da-ba-do.
Virtual DJ.
spoon entertainment.
Kua, kua, kua. Kua, kua, kua. Come today. Kua, kua, come today.
Took a spoon to get your information.
And of course, folks, you tune into Spoon 107.5 FM. We also live on Voice of Liberia, and other stations relaying us all across Liberia. We're live on social media. Our handle is Spoon Talk on YouTube, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV on Facebook. Tonight is a special edition of the one-on-one with the CEO. It's a very special edition because tonight is the long-awaited debate. The lead moderator, Mr. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon, senior, he's been talking about this debate. The presidential and vice presidential elections of the Liberian Community Association of Central New Jersey there in the U.S. We will be hosting that debate on tonight. It's going to be fiery. Candidates are going to tell their constituents what they plan on doing for the Liberian community in Central New Jersey. My name is Diamond Slanger. I'm the co-host and co-moderator, co-pilot, if you want to call it that way. I see the lead moderator in the back with all kinds of balloon and behind, some purple, orange, green balloon, and all that. But he's looking, very, 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 good moderator style. The man wearing a coat, all that kind of thing with tie, everything. He's up for it tonight. So wherever it is you're watching us from, this is a serious debate. These candidates are going to pull their weight in. Tonight they have to tell their constituents. It's afternoon time there at where they're at. But yeah, it's approaching nighttime in Liberia. So this is a special edition of the one-on-one with the CEO. Those who will be live with him tonight are the candidates from both teams. There are two teams vying from the flyer that we have here. Team Watkins and Peabody, that's one team. We have the presidential candidate, Denny B. Watkins, and vice presidential candidate, Evangeline T. Peabody. It says their mantra is unity. Unity. Yeah, the unity is proudly spelled out boldly. Their mantra is unity. Their lead campaign message is unity, uniting our diverse community to promote collaboration and understanding of diverse views. The N stands for nurturing a spirit of inclusivity that values every individual's voice, inspiring innovative solutions that addresses our collective challenges. The T, transforming our community through sustainable practices and shared goals. And the Y, yielding positive change for a brighter future for all members. That's Watkins Peabody. That's their message. Then Team Albert Wolu, the presidential candidate, Albert Gippo, if I got that right, and Wolu Koko for president and vice president. Their message: building better businesses, supporting our elders, increased transparency, youth empowerment, sustainable community programs, unity and trust. Their lead campaign slogan: one community forward together. So, yep, they are set. They are ready. I'm waiting for the lead moderator to join us on the program. I do see both teams backstage, and once he's ready, he will definitely come on, so that this debate starts. So it's a serious debate. Remember, we had a lot of talk about these elections. Mr. Witherspoon at one point in time had a show where he talked about one candidate who had said that he had issues with the Constitution and the members that were not allowed to vote and who were allowed to vote and all of those things. But we've crossed all those bridges and we are here tonight. So kindly do share the show. Once you're ready, Chief, you can give me the thumbs up. We'll definitely bring you on. Okay, if that nod means you're ready, then you can come on. Let's start prepping a pre-debate conversation. I see both teams are already in the back. That shows they're ready for this particular debate. So wherever it is you're watching us from, keep sharing the program, keep sharing this live. It's important. It's important that you follow this program as well. So wherever it is you're watching us from, keep following this live. Spoon TV, we're live on Fabric, Super, and the rest of our affiliate stations. So once the audio is good, kindly leave a comment and leave a comment so that we know we are set. All right. So let's see if we can bring him on. You not ready yet? Then you have to go in and come back. But I'm live and I'm hearing the audio. All right. So he's having some issues with his device. He will definitely rejoin us. He's the lead moderator tonight. The candidates are set. I've been informed that first up will be the vice presidential candidates to have their debate. And after that will be the candidates vying for the presidency. And I can't wait to follow through what they have to say. It's all about the Liberian community, the Liberian Community Association of Central New Jersey. So though it's in the States, but it's a Liberian thing, and we all are interested in how these elections are going to press forward. At one point in time, we heard that from former Youth and Sports Minister D. Zoga Wilson, that the community has had a lot of issues when it comes to the issue of elections. It comes to the issue of unity and a whole lot of different stories. But we've come this far, and we will be listening to what these candidates have to say. So Glendy says we are here. Yeah, Glendy, we see you. We see you. Phil Amont is also watching us from Providence, Rhode Island. Philip Quay is following us from Swedru City, Grand Jida County. Blama Momo Colley is watching us from Bond County. MD Gibson is also following. Thomas Coffey is watching us from Batu Quarter, Gompa City, Nimba County. Collison Beamer is watching us from my little corner in Pinnacook Road, Louisville, Kentucky, USA. Yata Johnson is following us from Lagos, Nigeria. Nan Gordon is following us from the township of Ewing, New Jersey. Sam Pupo is following us from Cardwell. Says he's a proud son of Grand Cess City, Grand Crew County. Samson Duba says, why are you starting so soon like this? It's a special edition, Samson. We're playing host to the candidates vying for the presidency and vice presidency of the Liberian Community Association of Central Jersey there in the US. That's the reason we started earlier than usual. Nathaniel K. Hill is watching us, says, hope we have a great debate, hoping for the same. Domowa Koli, how are you? Watching us as well. And the rest of the folks, we are awaiting the lead moderator. Nathaniel, I'm good. Arthur Tati Sr. is watching us from Hamilton, New Jersey. Jefferson Zian is watching us from Kanta City, Nimba County. Queen Bendu B. Corner is watching us from New Jersey, Trenton. Is your area also part of the association? Is it part of Central Jersey? Queen Bendu B. Corner, I see you watching from New Jersey. Norris Bowell is watching us from Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania. And the rest of the folks watching us, kindly leave a comment. We are awaiting the lead moderator to join us, but I can tell you for sure that both teams are already set. They prepped. They're ready. Tim Watkins, Peabody is ready. And the next team is Team Albert Walu. That's Albert Jeeper and Walu Coco. That's Team Albert Walu. They're also ready. And I'm waiting for the debate as well. We want to hear. These teams are saying big things. All right. Yeah, Chief. So if you can speak, then we can hear you. Okay, so Queen Benu says, yeah, is in her area. So listening to their candidates. So all right. So someone is watching from. If the name is Warner, says he's watching from Bucks County, South Jersey, in the building. Are you also within this community association? Samson Carlo Quay is following from Macaulay Community, Dixville. So that part of the community, part of the Liberian Community Association of Central Nature. That one part of, Dixville Township Community. Yeah. But we're all following. Ellen Poor, how are you doing? Junior P. Binda is following us from Kesley Boulevard along the Japan Freeway. Adisa Adiaga is following from Fairless Hills as well. So Fairless Hills is represented. J Boy says, I hope the Liberian community in Atlantic City could do the same thing. It is time these old people turn over to the younger ones. All right. So J Boy says the Liberian community in Atlantic City should do the same thing. Eric Kona is following us from Ganta City. Sir Johnson says, good afternoon, my dear brother. I'm watching you from Columbia, Maryland, USA. Hope you're doing good. Muna Zimdoa Carriers and Lucy are following from Delaware. So it's a group watching as well. So the entire group, Muna, Zimdoa, if I got that right, Carriers and Lucy, following from Delaware via YouTube. So Diamond Carmi Tobo says, hey Diamond, my name is it's your namesake. Oh yeah, good. How are you doing, my man? Watching us from Fargo, North Dakota. Let's see. Amos is also following us. Soli Bobber is watching us from Staten Island, New York. Porty Dolo is watching me from Israel. Oh yeah, that's nice. From Haifa or Tel Aviv or where? Which part of Israel are you watching us from? Archie Mao says, I'm watching you from Mount Rushmore, SD. Is this South Dakota? I mean, we're not in the US, but y'all be, saying a team for I don't know. David Booker says, good afternoon, Diamond. I'm watching from Newark, New Jersey, USA. All right. So the American folks in the building, Liberian folks also watching, folks from Nigeria following. We are awaiting the lead moderator. They're doing some little tweakings in the back. And once he's ready, we will begin this long-awaited and anticipated debate. So the question remains, we had a lot of back talk prior to these calendar of events being announced, and now we have a debate. There's been a lot of talk, Liberians are saying the Liberian Association in the various areas is for them to do election. And one of the comments from J-Boy, he also alluded to that. Say, for them to do election. Some community, and one person said on the show the last time that some communities, a perpetual thing before election come up, not small thing. So let's hear from you in the comment section while we await. Which community in the US do you find yourself, and whether or not you have regular Liberian Community Association elections? Whether you do, yeah. So people say, before it happen, not small thing. All right. So Ruben says, Otella David says, hope you all should bring Nelson and the other aspirants of District 10 to debate on the show too. When it reaches that point, we will arrange a debate. Right now, there hasn't been an announcement for vacancy to the NEC from the House of Representatives to set in motion the entire election calendar. So when there is a debate, when the entire election calendar is set, we'll definitely bring on the candidates for District 10 to debate. And Nelson Colette, if he chooses to run, will form part of that debate as well. There's no running away from debate. We need to hear from you. Yeah, you can tell what you would do for your district. Don't go ask somewhere and say, "Oh, vote for me." No. Miata Kaba is also there watching. Say, go, Tim Watkins, Peabody, Dave Capper. How are you doing, Dave? It's a pleasure to know that. Thank you, Dave, and keep following us. Dave Capper says, hey, my brother Diamond, I'm watching you from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Good. Ruben S. Yellen says, I'm watching you from Banga, Bon County. We are awaiting the moderator and his
guests, the debaters to come on. Uh, Henry P. Kendiama, if I got that right. Henry P. Kendiama. How you doing, Henry? Much love to you as well. So yeah, let us know now. Yeah. Doris Jabo says we will be there in the flesh. Talking about going to vote or going watch the debate. So we see the teams are making sure they do their last minute preps. But yeah, let us know in your communities too, Liberian communities in the US, because today's show is dedicated to the Liberian Community Association of Central New Jersey. But if you're in a Liberian community in the US, how often, how frequently do you guys have an election? Because we're hearing that before election happens, some communities are now it can be 10 years after back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and all kinds of things. So people say so administration and been there for almost 30 years, 40 years. They're dead. They get handed over. A lot of talk, a lot of court cases, and a lot of things. That's why one person said on the show, you find not so much togetherness in Liberian communities within the US and other parts. So you guys are there. We're not there. We can listen to one side of the story, but there's always so many sides to a story. So what's the story in your community, your Liberian Community Association in your state or part of your state or your city? How you guys do it? How do you guys decentralize it? You can have regular election. The question me I want to know. And if you do, you know, how what's the frequency of these elections as well? Or you got people that are holding on to power perpetually, and the community is divided, as we were told. This particular community in central New Jersey, there's been a lot of issues, but they are going to iron these things out and make sure to move the community forward, mend all the fences, and move forward. So Norris Boyle says, my community central New Jersey is the metropolitan area. Every 2 years we have elections. Okay. And Roland Yima, why don't you guys have correspondent here in the US? Yeah. A small, JJ, easy, JJ, we'll get there. Yeah, we'll get there. But if anything is happening that, you know, that affects Liberians and Liberia, if you dare, you can also become a citizen journalist. You can record what's happening. You can send it to us. We can call you back. You can give us the information and all of that. That's how we can do it. So instead of us sending somebody every year to go to the US and be a correspondent, you can correspond for us from there, and we can work on whatever that affects Liberians there. All right. So Ocampo Solo Bo says Fargo, North Dakota, usually has Liberian community election every 2 years. We are gearing up for the Liberian election on June 6, 2026. That's nice. So Warner says the Liberian community in Bucks County is a thriving, tight-knit population of several thousands, centered largely in the lower Bucks region, including Leviton, Bristol, and Ben Salem. All right. So he says they have a tight community there in Bucks County. Good afternoon, Diamond. I'm watching from Indianapolis. And yes, indeed, we have regular elections. Yeah. Okay. So Prince says in their community, they have regular elections. Joel Exitos Brie or Bar. Yeah. Joel Exito Bar says my community is very big, bro. Yep. So we want to get feedback from you while we await these candidates and the moderator to get prepped for us to have this debate today. Yeah, today we'll have the debate. Yeah, the debate must be had, and we'll have the debate. So Ellen Paul says, who are the aspirants? So let's flash the aspirants flyers for you to see. So this is the flyer for Watkins Peabody ticket. This is their flyer. So one team, you have President Denning B. Watkins and Vice Presidential candidate Evangeline T. Peabody. That's one team. And then we flash you the next team flyer as well. So this is the next team. And this team is Team Albert Walu. Albert Jipa, if I got his name right, and Walu Kokbo as well. So this is the second team. So now you know your candidates. And once the candidates come up for the debate, they will definitely give us some sort of background story. All right. So Robert Gone says, Diamond, I'm watching you live from Cotton Tree ABC Mission Community RIA Highway. Samuel Gokai Hollywood. Yeah, who Hollywood name? Samuel is watching us as well, says, very interesting. Yes, that's what we do here at the Spoon Network, right? Would that just be talking about Liberia? We are bringing a new flavor to everything. Liberians home and abroad interested in what's happening. In as much as we always tell Liberians abroad what's happening back home, we should equally be able to inform Liberians home what's happening to Liberian communities outside of Liberia.
And Madam Purple, welcome to the debate. Can you open your on the stream? Yeah, can you come in live? Unmute your video. All right, so producing for us from Liberia is Mr. Diamond Slanger. Mr. Diamond, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. I can hear you loud and clear. Yes.
Can you bring us in studio? Madam Purple, can you come in? You can enter, Madam Peabody. Good. All right, so live, this is your moderator, 2026, May 17th, LCA presidential debate. We want to say thank you for joining us from all over the world. Especially those who live out there, we appreciate you. We want to say we are now going to begin the last presidential debate. Team Daniel Hopkins, Peabody, Team Arbor Keeper, both teams will be going against each other as we get into the issue of the Liberian community, Central New Jersey, and the metro area. We do appreciate you. If you have any questions, we appreciate you also sharing your question. You can join us 351 First Street, Central New Jersey, if you're in the area. We do invite you. We have so many people sitting here, and we will be in. We have appointments, and therefore we will be going to a team. Why? Madam Peabody, welcome to the show. You can use why.
Thank you. Testing.
Can you help us?
Testing.
Hold on, he's coming. Can you test the mic, please? Can you test the mic? I want to wait. I want to do the mic thing. Now, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, but there is a feedback because you have to.
They want to mute themselves. We just want to hear us. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, but the feedback is still terrible because you are using a microphone and you have 3 devices open in the same area. So when you're speaking, I think they can mute their mics.
Okay.
And let's see. And
can you hear me better now?
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are we good? Can you try the microphone, please? Good. Can you try it? Can you help us with it? Good. So when you're not speaking, can you please mute yourself? And when you're speaking, no, on your microphone. And when you're speaking, you can unmute. On the microphone, it's right here. Look. And the same thing, Madam Peabody, okay? All right. So we're going to start with Madam Peabody. I want to say welcome again. Madam Peabody, can you please introduce yourself, your team, and it's good to have you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Liberian from Metro Peabody. I'm from Trenton, New Jersey. Raised in Trenton, New Jersey. I am from Liberia. I'm with Team Watkins. A grandmother of 12. I reside in Trenton most of my life. Entering Trenton in 1989. This is my city. I work for this city. I did so many volunteers for my city. And today I am running for the Vice President of Liberian Community Association in metropolitan area for my people.
CEO, you have to unmute. You have to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. Are we good?
Yeah, we're good. We can now take the next candidate.
We're going. Can you please?
Good afternoon, attendees, clergy members, election commission, moderators. Thank you all for taking your time out to be with us today. My name is Warlu Kokro, and I am vice presidential candidate on Team Jiple Kokro. I'm a native Trentonian, born to two Liberian parents, Joseph Kokro and Rose Greaves Kokro. I am a part of many nonprofit organizations in this community. Prevent Child Abuse New Jersey, which is one of the largest in New Jersey. I'm an active member of the local NAACP, just to name a few. I'm running as your vice presidential candidate because I've been here since my childhood years. I was born in this city. My father is one of the founders of this organization, as well as some loving people that I call my uncles. When they created this organization, they wanted unity, togetherness. They wanted Liberians to know that no one is alone in this area, in this city. They wanted to be able to uplift each other and to serve each other. And in the recent years, I've seen that vision falter. And before I stand by and let what I watched those great men and women create and my father create go by the wayside, I will step in and do as much as I can do to help repair it.
Thank you very much. We'd like to appreciate each and every one of you for accepting the invite from your team to do this debate. We will start with you, Madam Hila. We get into the questions. Madam Ward just briefly told us why she's running. Can you tell us why you have accepted to John Danny Watkins to run for this position?
I'm glad to express all my feelings about my Liberian community. I've been in this community and I've supported different presidents, different administrations. Talo Willow, Bola Babsakwe, Emmanuel Crusoe. I've supported these people because I believed that they were going to make our community one. I believed that they were going to bring us together as one. We're so far away from home. So this is our home. So I believe that they were going to create a space for our children, create a space for all of us to be able to prosper. And they failed me. They failed me miserably. So I am here to right some of the wrongs. I am a leader. I've been in management for over 52 years, and I believe with the passion that I have for my people, with the knowledge that God Almighty gave me, that we will move the Liberian community forward with peace, unity, and prosperity.
Thank you very much, Madam Hila. Thank you. Hey guys, we ask you, please, can we hold back the claps, please? I want to turn to Madam Kokro. Can you please, the same question, why you have accepted to run for this position?
Can't hear me then? Okay. Thank you for that question, Stanton. I think I mentioned earlier that I was born and raised in this community, that my father was one of the founders of the community, just like some of my uncles were founders of this community as well. Unlike my opponent, however, I do not believe that the non-perfect it may be, it is something that we have to expound on and something that we have to build on. I accepted this position not lightly. I was asked a few times. And like I said, because I saw what the organization is today, I see no representation for our youth. I see our elders being disrespected over and over again. I see no representations in the public school system for our children. I see no structure. I don't see transparency or accountability. There's no financial reports or bank statements that are ready to the public as is demanded of each 5013C. I see no partnerships with our local officials and with other charitable organizations. And this is why I accepted this candidacy, because the Jeep Lake Corporal team can bring all of those things to Central New Jersey and the metropolitan areas.
Thank you very much. With Jeep Lake and corporate, thanks a lot. I'm going to bring in Mother Pizza. I'm going to ask a question.
You said you work along with Madam Tyler and the rest of them. You said you follow through with other administration, and you said they failed. Can you go a little further as to who failed, who did they, and why they failed on?
I will answer that question vaguely. When I say they failed us, our community was held hostage. Our community sat in court for 12 good years with nothing happening for our children, our mothers, our fathers that are out here struggling. Our community sat in court for that long of a time with no one to come forth to rebirth us. When I say failed us, Stinker, I mean, when we have a community, it's not about you. It is about the community. It is about us. I'm sorry for my hand gesture, but I'm very passionate when it comes to this community. When you talk about community, you're looking for somewhere to call home. We did not have that. Yes, all our former presidents, they came along. They helped build as we came up. But you have to sit and think about your people. What good are you bringing to your people?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, we got to watch the time. And I'm going to push.
Corporal on the Jeep team. The community felt that's the reason we are here. That's the reason these beautiful people here. Can you tell us the leaders, how many administrations back failed? You could.
I want to sit here
And go far back. I can go down. Most recently, I go far back as Tyler Miller administration. I can go as far back as even one of my own, Emmanuel Crusoe administration. I can go far back as Adu administration. So it's multiple administrations. So it's not just one person. is people following the same footsteps. How can you see a difference if you keep doing the same thing? You cannot keep doing the same thing and expect a difference.
Administration.
If you want to answer the Anthony Fauci administration,
Because for the first time in so many years, Anthony Fauci brought this community together. So I'm not going to sit here and downgrade him. He brought this community together. For the first time since I've been in this community, since 1989 was the first time I saw over 1,000 people vote.
We are live. They were not here speaking. Just hold on to your handbags, please. Not only
I'm very sorry about this. Again, please continue.
I want
Was the first time I saw over 1,000 people come out to vote. Was the first time I saw people embrace each other the way how we used to back in the day. So as far as Anthony Fauci administration, kudos to you, Anthony.
thank you very much, Madam.
Again, except worrying, you don't want us to go live. Please keep the class. It will be interesting. Thank you very much, Madam B. Madam, we do appreciate it. Madam Warden, the same question. Did the past administration fail the community?
My parents always raised me to be an honest person, and we have to be honest and call out one group. We have to call out everyone. First, let's talk about some of the things Tyler Miller did accomplish. Let's name the countless Liberians that she filled out immigration forms and were able to help them get their papers in this country, in this state. Never done by the former administration. Let's talk about the haul that Emmanuel Crusoe, the only president, was able to get. So you see, each administration has their benefits, but let's go to the last administration. Let's talk about the disenfranchisement of that said thousands of people from being able to vote. Let's do the math here. My opponent just said that over 1,000 people came out to vote in the Pioneer election. Why then were only 77 people selected to vote in the next election using a clause that clearly stated 4 years, but we had only passed 2? Why after that were only 22 people allowed to vote on a white ballot? I'm really fact checking here, so someone please still do the math. Why were only 22 people then allowed to vote? Why were selective groups, Liberian organizations in this town ostracized, marginalized, not informed, not invited? I have to say this one thing. If you're going to talk about what a success is, let's talk about a community organization and not a social club. Because this organization should not exist just to appease a few of our friends that come around and sit with us every day.
Thank you very much, Madam Cooper.
Thank you very much. Apparently, you will not be truly black. Apparently. I want to ask you though, what will you do differently if your team is selected in the next month or so? What will your team, you as a vice president, do differently working along with Albert Ghibli? When you, let's just be frank. She said the Anthony Fauci team did exceptionally well. First of all, do you agree?
No.
What are some of the points besides the immigration and the encouragement for voters? What are some of the points?
We talk about how
became more divisive than it had ever been, even during the years of camp. Administration was responsible. Everyone who sat there and watched him do what he did and not speak up against it. Madam Peabody, for instance, was part of their board of directors. I believe the running president on the other side was part of that team as well. His full administration.
Do you still recognize Bennett Watkins, who is now running for the position as president of LCA?
Did you say still?
He's running.
I know.
He's recognized as president of LCA.
So Stanton, I think that our Constitution is clear on how people become presidents. And I don't believe that Danny became president in any of those ways. So I cannot answer yes to that question.
So they got to be yes or no. You don't recognize him, or you recognize him as president of LCA.
Do I still recognize Anthony?
And is he still president of LCA?
Anthony, each tenure is only 2 years as per the Constitution, so Anthony's tenure would be over by right now.
Thank you. But just take a question that's
With you and say you were part of the failure of that administration as a member of the board.
I was a member of the board of the first term for Anthony Fay's administration, where we did very well. But if you would have came to the meetings, or if you would have participated, you would have seen. We alone, we gave out so many opportunities to our young children. We did so many things. You may not know about it because you wasn't there. Y'all talk about Liberian community. Support, come out, be a part. Don't sit back on the fence and ready to ridicule or point fingers. You, in order to change, in order to make anything great, you have to be a part. Be a part of it. So now you're talking about Anthony disenfranchised people. The Liberian Community Association of Central New Jersey in the metropolitan area is a membership-driven organization. It's not just because you're Liberian, you are a part of the organization. It is a membership-driven organization. And as a member, when you are a member, you are allowed to vote, you're allowed to do many things within the organization. On the contrary,
Thank you. Let's talk about membership. We'll give you time to respond, and I have
time to respond to that. Because Stanton, I cannot understand how someone can say, if you have done good works, that I have to be standing at the front row to witness it, to know what happened. Good works, hard work. I'm sorry, my earpiece is falling out. Good works, hard works speak for themselves. And if there was work being done in this community, oh, believe me, people would come. What it sounds like is what I said. Our opponents want to run a social club where only their friends can make decisions and be a part of it. There are many things in this community that a bunch of us were a part of. But since she's talking about all the youth that they gave opportunity to, let's line them up here. Let's have our opponents run on their record. Name one policy in this city with some of our local politicians that they have affected.
I got to interrupt you. Most of those questions will be for the presidential debate. I don't want to
okay.
ask you questions.
Let me not overstep.
Are you involved with the community?
All the way back. Stanton, I've been serving.
Guys, if you move your eyes from action out, you can't do that. We bet each and every one of you.
Thank you for asking for respect. I I've been serving water to the leaders of this community since I was 4 years old. Trenton, New Jersey has never missed me, except for the time when I was studying, pulling back to get my education, and raising young children, at which time I was still there for Mrs. Tallow Miller. I was still there for Emmanuel Crusoe. I was still there for Bala Massaquoi. And guess what? I'm not just saying it, they will stand here and attest to that too. If you look at my list of endorsers, all of those presidents and more are endorsing me. Why? Not because I was not visible, because I've been wholeheartedly a part of this community.
What was the last leader involved in the community?
So now we have to go through all the years. I'm sorry, I can't. I know before the holidays,
12 years those presidents served. When Anthony Paya became president, no, I did not support Anthony, but I attended all of his events. I was at his inauguration. I was at his book bag drive. I contributed to numerous activities that they did. I was at their Christmas party, the same Christmas party where my running president helped to get the hospital beds and donated $1,000 for those beds to go to Liberia. Excuse me? What year was that? 2022, 2023, before things started to fall to the wayside again.
What was your last contribution to the community?
My last due payment was in 2024, I believe, right before things, the administration this conflict took place. I'm sure you can verify it. Jerry Campbell is somewhere in this audience. Oh, can I verify it?
Thank you. Well, let me ask a question. We're on the board. You listen to my protocol. You have anything to say to a response to a due payment or last issue?
I can say, you coming out, the due payments are sent out monthly. They're all sent out into the chat room so you'll know when you last paid. I do not know when Walu last paid her dues in this community. But as far as Walu coming out to programs, I've seen her at programs. But it's not about the good times. It's about the work in the background before we get to the good time. So you showing up to a party or any kind of celebration, it's fine. We expect all our Liberians to show up. But the work that's done in the background to get to that point, you were not there.
Okay,
you have not promoted anything.
So let's move on, and again, thank you all for bringing all these kind of conversations.
Out of this argument, let's move on. While we play, then she continued as president of LCA, then Abuja.
Danny inherited a chaos. Danny stepped into a chaos where the board took all the LCA money and held it on the cashier's check. His president resigned, so he had to come and build and rebuild and try to keep the community open. Danny deserves to stand and be our president, because without him, we would not be sitting here right now. Because as far as his tenure concerned, Danny did not have to come to an election with anyone. All he had was to do his board election. But because of peace, because he sat back and he said, if I hate to see my community apart like this, I need unity. Because of unity and peace, we will bring the board, the executive, and everyone together, and let's do one election so our community can start off from the beginning and be strong.
Thank you very much, Madam Borough. Why are we Jiggly should wait this election for the presidency than the White House? Why you think I will be the president for this community?
So
I'm going to answer that question immediately, but I do want to respond to one thing. Yes, parties were the only thing I attended because parties were the only thing that they accomplished during their administration. Other than that, before that, now that I'm going to answer. I'm going to the answer. I'm going to the answer. I'm going.
Listen, we are all friendly people, right?
Please do not interrupt her. Please. Go ahead.
Unlike my opponent's team, did not take an illegal appointment into his position. He came here and he ran as president. Section 9(1) of the Constitution says that if there is a vice presidential seat missing, an executive seat missing, that a special election should be held. There was no such special election held. But we know why that election wasn't held. Because we would not even be talking about Danny Watkins today had they actually went to election. As far as then later going to mediation to fix a problem that you created, and then you want to be patted on your back for it, I don't think our Liberian people in this city are that dumb.
Who created the problem?
Mr. Watkins with his illegal appointment, with his unsubstantiated appointment. Like I said, Section 9(1) says that you should go to a special election. Danny could have just as easily then said, you know what? Let me do this the right way so that it doesn't cause problems.
Thank you. Is that so? Folks, can we just do this? I know they're going to get here, right? But just pause a little bit. Let enjoy ourselves, right? Yeah, let enjoy ourselves. Don't waste more now. Don't waste more. You listen to Bala, just say, what's in you?
Stanton, she's wrong. When Anthony asked Danny to run as his VP, it was 2 weeks prior to elections. When they sent the letter over to the board denied Danny appointment. 2 weeks later was elections. Danny ran in this community as a candidate. Because you're not part of this community, you don't know that. The people that are telling you things, you don't know that.
What? Your constitution says what?
My constitution states that when a president resigns, there is no special election for the vice president steps up.
When we got a constitution, we will read the constitution.
Mm-hmm.
So hold on 1 minute. Can you again tell us exactly?
Let me pull it up and read it myself.
Danny Watkins appointed? Did he win the election?
Danny Watkins was appointed as a vice president to Anthony Faye.
Did he win an election?
He won the election that brought him to presidency.
Thank you. What's the you, man?
Amnesia. Because I remember Anthony Paya running, where he disenfranchised thousands of people, and Danny running as the second. Danny never ran at the top of the ticket. Yes.
Was Danny appointed or was he elected on the activist ticket?
Danny was appointed as vice president. And then he ran as Anthony Paya's vice president. in a now null and void election. Right?
We confirm whether he ran on a ticket.
He ran on a ticket as vice president.
All right. So he ran on the ticket. We established that. Now, let's talk about the election, not the illegal election. What should we do? You accepted that there's ran on a ticket.
Yes.
And it said you won. Correct?
There it is.
Deemed null and void again when they went to mediation. How many times do you need to be canceled before you understand that you are not the president?
Okay. So if you guys were not on the team right there, we were asked to meet my friend. It's just okay that keep focused. In 4 days, debate, we are working on today whether there is a legal president. Am I correct, folks? And we will ask you to send in your question because we got blood and don't put it out there is going over to the presidential debate. Can we be very, very clear? And I'm going to ask you again because half of me, I'm not getting the clarity. One, did they run on a ticket, the entrance by ticket that brought them to the presidency? Did they win the election?
They won a white ballot because Anthony disqualified the rest of the seat. Yes, they won on a white ballot. It keeps coming off for me. It keeps going off for me. I'm sorry.
Can you try again?
Hello?
Yes, you could.
What it means is that at the same time, Anthony disagreed.
Thousands of Liberians from voting. He went into all of us had paid dues. He used a 4-year clause to also disqualify everyone running on the opposing team. And so, yes, they won on a white ballot.
Thank you for mentioning that they won on the white ballot.
Yes.
Now, what's the issue with that white ballot? Why do you think it wasn't a legal? It wasn't a legal election.
Because the disqualification was unconstitutional.
Okay, let's see. Madam Peabody.
Testing. Testing, testing. Testing. The question?
Guys, we gotta acknowledge the truth. She admitted, Danny ran, but the one on the white ballot. So we should move on. This is about you, not going to be asked the question. I want to ask you a question. I'm moving on from the things because it is very clear that he ran along with Anthony's time and they won the election, but there was some issue, right? Let's talk about finances. How do you think it will help Danny finance? If when he wins this election, it will, if the people decide to control what we have right now. 1, due payments. 2, recruitment. 3, social issues like the elderly, like the youth in the community. I want to give you the chance because we are running against them. Let's put all together. What's the change vision for this community?
First and foremost, the vision is unity. My support to my president is that I come from a wide range of affiliations. Support, I'm always here to support. I belong to a few different organizations that will come in and help. For example, since we've been working on this, King University have joined us to help with young mothers and babies. We are going into Catholic charities. I belong to the group, and they are willing to come in and show us and help us improve our community. I also belong to a group called Hand and Feet. Those are organizations that are for children. You see, because we are sitting here now, but tomorrow our children will be sitting here. So I advocate a lot for children and our elderly. I also, 2008, ran a huge medical research for this community. And I have so many people that are willing to help. Only thing we need to do as Liberians in this community is to come together. Once we come together we can stand. Divided, we all fall. And that's what's been happening.
Thank you. Quickly, before we move to award, how many members do this community organization association have? How many members?
At this present time,
Yes, ma'am.
158
Active members?
active members,
Registered members?
registered members,
Due
due-paying members.
Thank you. Again, I want to ask you the first question. What's the vision of your team for this community?
Is first of all to really unify our community, to bring all of those people who are disappointed, who felt disrespected and felt disenfranchised and marginalized back to our community. Because our most important resource is always going to be people. Partnerships is next on our list. Mr. Jeepley and I already have partnerships with some prominent nonprofit organizations. Dress for Success, Prevent Child Abuse New Jersey, just to name a few. Just some weeks ago, I called a meeting where I was able to call out Trenton City Council President. I was able to call out Ewing City Council. I was able to call out Hamilton City Council, County Commissioner, and a state representative to come and just sit in a room with our Liberian people and hear them out and give them information for resources. That is what a community organization should be doing. We will restructure this organization. No more will LCA's name be associated with drama and division. We will rebrand, and we will be willing, we will show our city officials that we are serious about our people, just like every other culture in this town.
You or the team done for this event? $10 million.
Just name a few of the things I just said. Mr. Jeepley, as you know, is an accountant. He's done the taxes for a lot of Liberian organizations here. He's engaged in mentoring for young boys in this community to further their life after high school. Again, just a year or two ago, he rallied for 36 hospital beds to be sent to Liberia that never got sent. And then he put $1,000 on top of that to make sure it got sent. I myself, because I work for a children's organization group, we touch children of every culture, including Liberians in this town.
Thank you. Thank you. The last question will go to Madam Peabody. We allow Madam Corporate to respond, and then we'll go to the audience for their question. We're going to take 10 quick questions from the audience, and then we'll have to close the part of the debate. Again, I'd like to ask you a question. It's very important. A lot of Liberians have to say that they're hospital beds. What actually happened? What's the real story? Now, let me follow my question. What are those beds?
In Liberia. Yes, sir.
Okay, you can go ahead and just.
When you speak on the hospital beds, listen, I was not part of the original team that went to go get these beds. Mr. Jeepley Capitol Health was throwing these beds out. Mr. Jeeplet talked to people there to get us the beds.
We didn't hear your back is going on. What? Say that again.
Test. Mr. Jeeplet talked to some people he knew at Capitol Health to try to get us these beds. Jeeplet, Anthony, all of them went to go get these beds. When we got these beds, the same thing we're talking about, you's telling me that Mr. Jeeplet put $1,000 on top of those beds, right? We took those beds in. Anthony Bailey stored the beds in his yard.
Did Mr. Jeeplet contribute 1,000?
Yes, he did.
Did Mr. Jeeplet advocate in getting the beds?
Yes, he did.
How many beds?
36.
Okay. Go on. We established Mr. Jeeplet contribution.
Exactly.
Correct.
Exactly. So anyway, Anthony reached out to the community to help to ship these beds to Liberia as the standing president at the time. When the board of directors took the monies out of the account and closed the bank account, there was no money to ship these beds. The $1,000 that Jeeplet donated, plus the funds in the Liberian Association, all of it was in that check that was taken from the bank. Secondly, when Anthony contacted on your show a couple of weeks ago, they showed a picture of the hospital bed in a yard. That picture was so old, and then I realized, I said, oh, I remember that picture. Because Anthony was pleading to the community that the beds are ruining. He needs help. With no avail, when they decided to, in a general body meeting, they asked the question because the state came out and said that he was violating whatever code it was for having them in the yard, and he had to empty the yard. He said at this time, he was no longer president. He has a nonprofit organization. He said, well, I'll talk to my organization, talk to my people, and see if we can take the beds to Liberia. We brought it to the general body. Our general body is the highest decision-making factor in the community. When we brought it to the general body, we explained to them everything that went on. We opened the floor for everyone to speak, and the general body voted upon Anthony sending the beds to Liberia. At that time,
Can we hold you right there? It's very important for the community to know about these things. The general body comprises of who all? Can you call the names?
the general body is the 158 due-paying members
Correct.
in our
The
community.
reason why I asked, did every member of the general body in the vote that Anthony Quaynes or Quay should take the bed?
62 of them voted. As per our constitution, 21 can vote.
Let's forget the constitution.
So this is what I'm telling you. 62 people was in that meeting
All right.
and voted upon this.
All 62 voted.
Yes.
Were you part of the 62?
Yes, I was.
Danny White was part of the 62?
Yes, he was.
And you all agreed to give the bed to Anthony Quaynes to become a president.
Reason for agreeing?
No, not reason yet. Just yes or no.
Yes.
You all agreed
Yes.
to give the bed to Anthony Quaynes.
To a 503c organization that would ship the bed to Liberia.
Do you think the decision was the right decision? The man that said,
It was the decision of the general body.
I'm going to speak to your vote. You are the one sitting here today to be vice president. So let's speak to your vote.
Yes.
The man that served as president received those beds as president. For whatsoever reason, he left the position you guys go crazy, and how you left. And you guys awarded me, and this foundation goes back. Do you think your decision was right?
I believe in my decision because I'd rather the beds go to Liberia than to go in the dumpster in America.
So your decision was correct.
Yes.
I'm going to find people. Let's talk about this then with the close of this question. What's the use?
Let me first of all remind or educate my opponents that the Liberian Community Association is a 501(c) organization, which means that it's governed by state and federal laws, which means that Albert Jeeple's $1,000 of restricted funds should not have been in the community account mixed with other funds in the first place. Which means that when one organization gives you either donation, gives you money, or a donation in kind, you are forced, I'm going to make it plain, to do what you agreed to with that organization, not give it to your friend for his personal political ambition. That's number one. Number two, I mean, the video is so old, I probably couldn't go back and take it. And we know this, one of the things about this administration is they weren't great at record taking. That's why I don't understand how they can keep saying who was there and who wasn't there, because they never kept any records. However, they're definite. We saw a video, I'm speaking, we saw a video with about 15.
Someone help me, please. You gotta just go ahead. We will hear you, but you're not. We will hear you through the audio. Yes. No, go ahead. We hear you through the audio.
So, our state and federal laws, when you are given money for a specific purpose, you have to use the fund for that purpose. You can't use it to give to your friend for his political ambition. You can't take it to the liquor store and charge $150 at all. You have to use those funds for what they are intended for.
Yeah, I want it on, but we're not getting you, so. Okay. So we'll go ahead. We're hearing through the audio. Go ahead.
So if you look at what the purpose of our organization is, the protocol is wrong to be written. There had been no room for mistakes. Had the one administration at the time known the 501(c) laws and followed them.
Fine, we got that. But let's go further because we got to end this debate. We got about only 5 minutes left. Again, let me ask you. Anthony Baez took the bed to Liberia. Do you know that he taken to JFK, ELW hospital? Where was that?
I know that the people in Liberia, there's no report of them receiving those beds. Think about where you score hospitals.
So, just 1 minute. Madam Peabody, where are the beds right now in Liberia?
He has not yet given the beds out to the hospital. The beds just arrived recently. He has not yet taken everything off the ship yet. So he has not given it to the hospital.
Okay. Do we know whether he will give it out to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking for the main event. That would be the presidential debate. But what I appreciate, both of our sisters, what I appreciate Madam Corporal and Madam Peabody for their own interaction. Before we go further, do you have any question for Madam Peabody? Allowed to ask Unit 2. And do you have any question for Team G Play? Madam Corporal, you're allowed to ask Unit 2. So you go first. You can make a statement, you can ask a question. Directly to her, that's okay.
I think I'll close with this meeting.
Oh, you want to go? You got nothing to
No,
say to
okay,
that.
my next thing, yeah, make a statement.
Okay, go ahead.
Make a statement to Ms. Peabody.
Okay,
Yeah, coming back on, I think. Madam Peabody, this community deserves better. And those who know better do better. Those who have the capability, we have plethora have capability and skill to serve this community and help it move forward. We have our young sister Joliet in the audience. Most people book her for parties, but she works with young children with mental impairments. We have, of course, my running Albert, who knows taxes. We have his wife Jackie, who has a social work background. Myself, with corporate affairs experience, spanning back 15 years, here who are willing to stand up for our community if they see that the community is standing for them. And so I'm here to assure you in this debate that no matter what happens, and we will in unity.
My statement to you. As a youth growing up in this community, I watched you grow. With all the people names that you name, these are people that we all deal with. My Liberian people are so widely spread with so many different talents. Not only elections should bring out your talent. Not only elections, you should tell us what you're capable of. Because when things is going left, what you can do for the community will show, and you will come in and you will show us. So then during elections, we have no other choice. This girl's been here doing everything. She did this, and that. Not only elections, I beg you and my Liberian people, bring on your talent. Win, lose, or draw. We are Liberians. I've sit in this community. I've been in management for over 20 years. I bring my talent every time I come into this community. And that's what I expect from every last one of us. Bring what you know, and let's move our community forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all of you. The final question, we will take 2 from the audience, 2 male, 2 female. That will be 4 questions. Just ask if you want to ask Madam Peabody, you'd like to ask Madam Purple, just call your name. And please put your hands up if you have questions. Thank you. 1 minute. Can you just briefly call your name, not too long of a question?
Thank you. We have seen over the past year, those who lose elections just fade away. What do you intend to do deliberately and intentionally to make your administration, if you win, to break the losing side, bring all the time and all the way they can, so that they don't just fade away in the background like in the past?
Very good question.
Quickly, maybe 30 seconds, because we asked the same question, but you can go out and back. Yes.
believe the question was, what will I do purposely to make sure that we bridge the gap after the elections between the two sides? So I think my olive branch was just offered here. We are not enemies. We are contesting against each other. Our team wants the best for this community. We want this community to move forward together. In that first 100 days, we will meet with every fraction of Liberians in this town so that everyone feels like they have a seat at the table.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Tibalo, Mayor's place.
Very good question. Like I said before, win, lose, or draw, we are here to stay. We will pull every one of our opponents. If we win, we will bring everyone. Everyone has to say so. We have visited, we have talked to, and as they all know me personally, we are not for self. This is for our community, and we will make sure that they come aboard and have a word at this table that we all sit on, so that we can serve our community.
Thank you, Brother. Who's next? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, good afternoon, Reverend Evangelist Chief Striker. I've seen the two of you grow up in this town. I'm not going to dive into when, where, how you got active. Honestly, I'm your auntie to you. And you know when both of you, I'm sitting with a former president when you guys got involved. But I would like to ask you, in terms of conflict resolution, win or lose, what do you plan on doing to promote conflict, and what do you intend on doing to achieve the goal of peaceful resolution in this state? No more war.
Thank you. Want to come to you, Madam Tibalo?
Very good question, Indy Judy. Well, I will say, at the end of this all, when everything is said and done, point of correction, when I do win, I will call my opponent, reach out to them, bring them to the table, and let's discuss, because it's not about win or lose. Because if anything, our people lose. It's not about win or lose. Let's sit together and strategize.
Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Judy, people like President Mr. Philip Levy, who also endorsed my team, come into play as well. We'll set up an elders council so that our elders can get together. We'll set up a council where every organization in this town is included, so that their ideas can be brought to the table. As sitting in the room with 22 of your best friends, no diverse ideas can enter that room.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. With this to go out on the total at this time, we got to pray out for the presidential election. We'll take the female, my sister, go ahead.
We said we're going to set up council with the elders. But as one has been part of this community for 40-something years, I feel that we love the elders, but I think we should look out first because the elders are around.
Please repeat that. Say that again.
No, seriously.
No, say it again.
I believe, I love the support. From that, we all like Liberian community growing into tonight. And unless we create it, as everybody is a right? Now, all of these people who are practicing
fallen short. We all have suffered. And I believe that you're being voted for because everybody, because of your father due service that he has committed to this community. So when you say the elders, I think you should go to church, not the elders. Because the elders want to leave them alone. So how can you believe this?
So since so many of our elders are actually clergy members as well, since so many of our elders are actually clergy members as well, I was remiss not to mention the clergy, but let me tell you this. Nothing on its onset is ever perfect. I will not disrespect any elder in this room or outside of this room that work for themselves. They have laid the groundwork, they worked hard, and they made sure that we were seen. Let me repeat. My prayer for each generation, so that we can do better than what they did. And they've given us their blessing.
We're going to reserve the rest of the questions for the presentation debate. We want to appreciate our two sisters, though. Can you stand?
Yes.
Please? We will appreciate each and every one of you as we do the presidential debate. We do believe this is our community. I know we are all here, but it is our community. And what is here today, it will be lasting peace. Madam,
election. Will you support them?
100% because
Please support Madam P. issue this election.
All right, folks. Due to copyrighted songs being played, we cannot have audio coming in from the hall where the debate is ongoing. We just listened to the two vice presidential candidates from the two teams. Up next will be the presidential candidates. This is the 2026 presidential and vice presidential elections for the Liberian Community Association of Central New Jersey. You listened to the vice presidential candidates laying out their plans, speaking to their involvements in the community. Up next will be the presidential candidates. Remember, what's happening is we do not have a direct audio line from the mixer in that particular hall. So we have to use the sound from the speakers. So what is going to happen is when the presidential candidates come up to speak, we will mute every other sound from the hall and take that candidate that is speaking. So that is the technical problem that we faced with as of the moment. We are not getting the audio directly from the board. That adjustment wasn't made. So what is going to happen is when the presidential candidates come on, we will bring them on and take the audio from the microphones being used. So when a candidate is speaking, what we'll do is we'll mute the other candidate's mic to get proper sound. But we did our best. This is the first of its kind to have Liberian Community Association election debate, a debate being televised live. So yes, you couldn't get the questions. We work on that as well. As I said, all we can do is mute the audio from the hall from diverse sources and take that speaker as well. So they need to work on the I'm not hearing you. You have to unmute from your end, Chief. All right, so socializing is ongoing. We cannot bring the audio from the hall, as I said, because they're playing copyrighted music. So we cannot bring the audio from the hall because of the copyrighted songs being played. We don't want to get in trouble to have our page hit with a ban or something. So we just can bring you the visual. That's all we can do for now. As you see, socializing is ongoing. We're waiting for the next debate. That is the debate between presidential candidates. Those candidates are Danny Watkins on the ticket, and their mantra is unity. You just listen to his vice presidential candidate, Evangeline T. Peabody, in a debate against Wolu Kokro. And the next debate is that of Danny Watkins and Albert Gipley. Both of them are presidential candidates vying for the position of the Liberian Community Association of Central New Jersey. All right, so Prince says when CEO puts his microphone down, we can hear him clearly. Remember, we will see whether we can work with that, whether he can put the microphone down and then speak to the audience, and they will get the sound and have a better sound quality from our end. We can try that as well to make sure the presidential debate has got a better audio output than that of the vice presidential debate. My name is Diamond Slanger. I'm producing here from Monrovia, but the main action is happening in New Jersey. Yes, we discuss Liberian politics all of the time on the radio. The diaspora is equally interested in what is happening in Liberia. That is the balanced relationship. If the Liberian diaspora is interested in what's happening back home here in Liberia, we should be equally interested in what's happening in their various community organizations there in the US. So let's see, once they stop playing those songs, we will connect the audio from the event hall. It's all happening there. What kind of parliament shaking a man at also? Oh, I mean, if you're shaking your hand, but you need real massage. When you're calling me, you're shaking it. Yeah. But as I said, this is the first of its kind to have a Liberian Community Association presidential and vice presidential debate televised live for Liberians home and abroad. It's even on the radio. We're live on Spoon 107.5 FM, Voice of Liberia 104.1 FM, and a host of other stations relaying this particular broadcast. So it's a special edition of One-on-One with the CEO. We're live from the Liberian Community Association of Central New Jersey. They are debate 2026 elections. Listen to the candidates. One said the association was in court for 12 years, a decade plus 2 years. Talking about hospital beds, talking about reuniting the community, dues payment, disenfranchising Liberians, and it was a good debate. Both ladies came out punching, and the electors are listening. They are constituents are listening as well. We're waiting for the presidential debate. The men of the hour, the men, you're getting all the picture on it. You're taking picture, thing on live. We're looking at you. Are you taking no picture on it? Just taking picture. That person looks like Zoga Wilson. I think that person stands and looks like the Zoga Wilson, the former youth and sports minister, a resident of central New Jersey as well. He was on the show prior some months back. All right, let's see if we can take audio from the hall if they're no longer playing copyrighted songs. So he will have to come and unmute. Okay, let's see if we can take audio from the hall. The boss still playing song, yeah. We don't come and reach the page, so we have to wait. Once they done playing their copyrighted songs, we will rejoin the event hall there and get audio from there. But it's been an interesting conversation, an interesting debate. Both ladies, as I said, came out fiery. Madam Peabody telling Madam Coker that I saw you grow, I watched you grow. So that is a battle of the generations. She said, "Look, I saw you grow, I watched you grow," and Madam Coker say, "Look, this organization is not an organization for few friends that you can have parties. The reason I was only at parties because only parties you guys were having social events." But let's see if we can rejoin and try and get audio from the hall. Music is still playing. Yeah, music is still being played, and we cannot have copyrighted songs playing as of this moment to avoid trouble. We do not, under any circumstance, want to get in trouble and have some suspensions or fines sent our way. So we'll try again. If not, we'll wait. All right, so keep watching. We are waiting for both presidential candidates to take their seats, and then the presidential debate will begin. This is Spoon 107.5 FM. We're live on Voice of Liberia 104.1 FM, and a host of other stations relaying us all across Liberia. The vice presidential candidates have had their debate, and we're waiting for the presidential candidates to take their seats, and the main event will begin. What's your take? Your opinion? You can send in your opinion. Those of you who watched the vice presidential candidates debate it out, send in your opinions of both candidates. We'll read those opinions as well as comments. We'll read them. And also, where in the diaspora are you and your Liberian community, your Liberian Community Association in your area? How often do you have elections? That's another question. And what is the status of that community as well? Is it a united community? Are you guys carrying out projects back in Liberia? What are you doing? How long now have you had that leadership? Because this community said, and we listened, that for 12 long years they were in court. Yeah, they were in court. 12 long years. They were in court. The whole association divided, according to them. Divided. So I see even W. Peabody says Tim Watkins Peabody, man, strong. Emmanuel G. Crusoe, so thanks to you, Mr. Stanton will respond. Thank you as well, Emmanuel. May P. Walker says go Chiple Kokro, where T. Twe is watching from Philadelphia. So let us know what's your take on both candidates. They debated the matter. They answered the questions. Both of them have different styles of speaking. Madam Peabody said she was speaking with passion. She said, "Excuse me," using my hand to gesture and all of that. But, it's because I'm passionate. Kokro, on the other hand, was a bit subtle, spoke when she needed to, raised her voice when she needed to, made emphasis when she needed to. But at the end of the day, those electors, did they get to listen well to these candidates, and are they going to use this to make up their minds as well? Up next is the presidential candidates, Denny Watkins and let me get the name, and Anthony Giple. Both of them will be going against each other. All right, so Mui08H watching via YouTube says Kokro did an excellent job. Loveling Bear say we in court. Wow, now we're not in court. We're watching a debate. And it's good that we can have candidates come out and debate and let people know their mindset, what plans they have, how well articulated they are, how well connected they are to their plans, what's their views on issues, and what's their plans as well. Jarvis Bestman says this time they have to be visible and transparent, working with everyone, not just the people that they know, but all Liberians, talking about unity. Augustus Bailey says Madam Koklo's mic didn't work well. Diamond, please. Special order, the brothers and sisters of Bannerville in the diaspora. We're having a second anniversary coming July 17 weekend in Minnesota. Yeah, y'all can contact us. You see, they communicated to it's Albert. Okay, thank you. It's Albert. Thank you, Agatha Blamo Harris. Albert Chipley. I said Anthony. I take the correction. Yeah, if the Liberian community, that Bannersville brothers and sisters in the diaspora want to have their second anniversary live on the page, yeah, you can contact us now. Yeah, contact us and we can do that live for you. Just that when you're playing your Google Music, we will not be able to carry that live because of Facebook copyrighted issues. Drake Esoteric, if I got that right, says both candidates were outspoken, sounded well educated, eloquent, and smart. However, I thought Kokro did well because she was more relaxed and clear on the issues. Miss Peabody was screaming too much, was very serious, and wasn't too clear on the subjects. That's his opinion about the vice presidential candidates. Prince Morvi Jacob says it was good to hear from these wonderful ladies. Mike Ware says Madam Kokro will elevate this organization to a new level. Tired doing the same old thing. Again, Mui says Kokro is well connected in her community with city officials. We heard a statement from a city official during the campaign lunch. Emmanuel G. Crusoe says we need a community center. Oh, lovely, but yeah, they said one of the candidates said they were in court for 12 years, 12 long years. This association going to nullify an election, going back again. So it was a back and forth for at least a decade and 2 years. Ibrahim VN says, "Good evening, Spoon. I'm watching you from Gardnersville, Monrovia." Madie D. Watkins says, "Eve Peabody ate and left no crumbs." Okay. Jalet Taylor, if I got your name right, says July 20 says in Trenton will be grand. Again, Jale says we're moving forward whoever wins. All right. So it seems like the entire community is set tired with the whole back and forth, being separated, divided, if you want to use that word. You know, they need to come together and do things that will not just better their lives as Liberians in central New Jersey, but will be able to contribute back at home. And you need a fully functional leadership to do that as well. All right, so leave your comments. If you watch the vice presidential candidates debate it out, what's your take? What's your opinion? Both candidates. Rose Johnson says it's time for change. Ishmael Habib Rahim says Luxembourg in the building. Okay, good to know that Luxembourg is being represented. So what's your take as we await both presidential candidates to take their seats? And then we will rejoin them there at the hall in in New Jersey to listen to the presidential candidates debate it out. Both vice presidential candidates were on point. You know, they know their stuff. They came out, boxing gloves down, throw jabs at each other, went there and all that kind of stuff. Agatha Blamo Harris says, we have educated our kids. It's not time to give them the mantle. All right. If she's speaking about giving kids the mantle, then apparently she's speaking to the Krokro vice presidential candidacy, because Madam Peabody said, I watched you grow You know, I watched you grow in the community. So, I mean, you small like ever, you know, yeah. I saw you grow. You can battle your grandma or your mom. No, it can't work like that. All right. So, Rose Johnson again says, no more party session. Ah, y'all just be serious in our community. Y'all not even do party, or the party will reduce. Which one? No more party, or there will be a reduction in the frequency of parties. You know, I said no more parties. I say, oh, we're getting no play. You know, don't play. All right. Mark Way says, Madam Crocker is a professional. Nothing against Madam Peabody, but Crocker is too well connected. All right, Mark again with another opinion. James D. Baller says, I hope they will continue with their outreach, not just during election time. All right, G. Flo Gibson says, the first Liberian community televised debate was in Arizona by Bole TV in 2024. Okay, cool. All right, Bole TV, nice. Rose Johnson says, they've been partying for 12 years. Oh, Rose Lee, your friend alone. You attended some of those parties, didn't you? So waiting for the presidential candidates to get set up. I do see the lead moderator in the back. Once he's ready, we'll bring him on. Emmanuel Kwasi Smith says, no more party in Trenton. That's a joke. But let's see if we can. You have to unmute, Chief. If they're not playing any copyrighted songs, you have to unmute. But we see some serious dancing and things happening in the background, so that means they're still playing music. So once they're not playing any music, you have to unmute your microphone yourself, so that we can get the audio from you. Let's see. When I still playing music. Yeah, I just be there. All right. Let's go back to more questions. May P. Walker says, let the old generation leave the next generation to build and improve the community. Chiple Koko all the way. Loveling Bear says, I hope we'll be able to ask them questions. Okay. I'm not sure about that. If you're in the hall, then you can ask a question, because we did see 4 questions come from the audience. D. Son Kakula says, I'm watching from Toyota, Bon County. Good to know. Isaac Mansour says, I'm not a politician, but did watch the debate from Pennsylvania, and I believe Madam Crocker won the debate and did really well. Lucy Wolojo Wisner says, as President Obama said, change is hard, but change is good. I see dancing, yeah, put dancing. Nesta Sandy says, Diamond, you are a complete replica of Stanton with his jobs. I saw you. I saw you. I mean, how skinny are Nestor? Hope you guys are holding it down there in Kenya. All right, so Agatha Blamo Harris says, we're looking forward to constructive development that will benefit all Liberians in Liberia. All right, so I do see Danny Watkins has taken the seat. We're waiting for the next presidential candidate, Albert Gipley, to take his seat as well. Oh yeah, get it serious. Lucy Wardrow Wisner says it's time for change. All right. Diamond says, I hope they don't want power for their family. All right, so let's see. All right, I'll get back to you. We're trying to sort stuff out. We're trying to sort stuff out, and once we do that, we will be able to bring you the presidential candidates debate. We will get the audio from the hall. So DJ, easy, just mute yourself. We'll get the audio from the hall. That's what we'll do. You don't have to unmute your microphone. I'll definitely get the audio from the hall. So once you're ready, you can take your seat, and we await the moderator there, who I see is making rounds in the hall to take his seat. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a presidential debate. Oh, Nestor Cindy says he's in the States. Okay, good. Ebel Julo Yanti, Chiplo Coco for the win. It's time for change. Love in there again. So DJ Easy, the person using our account, just leave the audio. We'll handle it from this end. We're not getting good audio from you, but we DJ Easy, the sound is terrible. DJ Easy, the sound is terrible. It's terrible. All right, so DJ Easy, the sound is terrible. All you need to do is to give us the audio output using the audio jack, and we will be able to get clear sound. DJ Easy, if you hear me, the sound is terrible. The sound is terrible. So what you do is use your device as an audio device. Let's see if we can just get the sound from you directly. USB codec. Get a USB line and send the audio through that. Then we can get it clear from the board. That would be the best option. If not, we can do it the same way. When each candidate is speaking, we'll mute everybody else to get one audio. Let's see if I can take audio from the hall.
And I'm running because I believe Trenton deserves leadership that sees every community, listens to every community, and builds a city where every family has a real chance to live safely, to work with dignity, to own a home, raise your children, and leave something better for the next generation. The Liberian community is not on the sidelines of the city. You are a part of Trenton's backbone. You are raising families here. You're worshiping here. You're working in our hospitals, our schools, our businesses, our nonprofit organizations, in our neighborhoods. You're caring for our seniors, mentoring our young people, building businesses, supporting families here and back home, and helping make Trenton stronger every single day. And my message today is simple. A community that helps build Trenton deserves to be respected, heard, and partnered with in City Hall. Now, when we talk about jobs, the Liberian community must be at the table. Many families in this community bring education, discipline, caregiving experience, and ethics. As mayor, I want City Hall to connect that strength to build union apprenticeships, healthcare careers, city jobs, small business support, public contracts, workforce training, and active pathways to economic opportunity. When we talk about housing, I want the Liberian community to be at that same table. You're facing rising rents, high property taxes, repair issues at your house, the pressure of trying to build stability in a city where too many homes sit vacant year after year while working families need a place to live. My vision is a place where Trenton can raise families to stay, become homeowners, and fix up vacant properties and live in a safe, decent place without being ignored by City Hall or giving your money every month to slumlords who
DJ Easy, the audio is very good. If you hear me, let's leave it like that. If it's coming, I think it's coming from the board.
About this city,
Let's leave it like that.
LCA must be at the table. This community understands education, discipline, mentorship, and sacrifice. And on the school board, I fought for career pathways, college credits, industry certifications, safer schools, and programs that prepare our young people for real jobs and real futures. And as your mayor, I want City Hall, the school district, Mercer County Community College, LCA to come together, work together so our children can graduate into opportunity, not uncertainty. And finally, with public safety, I want to talk about prevention. Safety isn't just police showing up after a crisis. It means young people having mentors. It means children safely walking to school every single day. It means City Hall being a place where you know you can trust to send your kids. It means investing in our street teams, mental health support, community partnerships, and neighborhood solutions before problems become emergencies. That's why I'm running for mayor this November. And that's why I will show up not just during election season, but every single day, every day between those 4 years, every day during an Austin Edwards administration. I pray I can earn your support, and most importantly, keep Trenton first. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, that was great. Thank you very much. We wish you good luck. And again, guys, let's get ready to rumble. Well, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Great. We get a hand clap, please. For all and everyone to say thank you. All right, like I said, may God bless us all. We want to get into it. This is brought to you by Spoon Network. Mr. Damas Slanger and Liberian in studio. It's moderating this program with me. You can find us on Spoon Network, on YouTube, on Instagram, on Facebook. Folks out on the radio right now, they are listening to you on Spoon 101.5, Super Fabric, and all of our relays. We want to say thank you for being part of this program. We're going to welcome Dennis Watkins. Mr. Dennis, welcome to the debate. Albert Jiggler, welcome to the debate. And folks, we ask you, please, let's keep this quiet. This is the main event. So I want to say thank you. We did appoint us, right? We're going to bring in Mr. Jiggler. Mr. Jiggler, welcome to the debate. We'll give you time for you to do your introduction. And then we'll move to Mr. Watkins, and then we'll go to the questions and answers. Did you put it on?
Yeah, CEO, please tell the candidates nobody should unmute their microphone. We're getting the audio
good
from
on
the
my
board.
end.
Yeah, so nobody should unmute the microphone. It should remain as it is.
Then it's your mic. Good? Sit.
Good. Try it.
So while we await them to do microphone adjustments, DJ Easy is doing his thing there. It's good that we have
All right,
the
so
audio.
we're going to monitor this. You can keep that. Can you, I know you like to go ahead and you have for 2 minutes there. Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished elders, past presidents, members of our community, family members, friends, supporters. I want to thank you all. And of course, I want to thank the Election Commission. And I want to thank you, Mr. Stenzel, Waterston, the moderator, for organizing this and for carrying this debate. My name is Albert Jiggler, and I'm running for president of the Liberian Community Association of Central Jersey and the metropolitan area because I've listened, I've served, and I've studied the issues that have been bothering our people for too long.
Here is why I'm in this race. We're in this race because for far too long, many of our people, elders, young people, families, talented individuals, professionals have stepped away, have been disengaged. This election is a pivotal one because it's about bringing back the unity that we all have been craving for. Look around the room. You can sense the field. And so we've narrowed down, after studying the issues, we've narrowed down our platform into 4 core principal pillars. Number 1, we will strengthen the LCA by creating structure. No, by creating structures, nothing functions without a firm foundation and structure. We'll create processes and good systems. Number 2, we'll form partnerships with organizations such as Art Mercy and Capital Health, Immersive Street Friends, and many other churches and local organizations. We will prioritize transparency and accountability. That is regular reporting, something that you deserve. Last but not the least, we intend to engage this community intentionally. Intentionally, your voices will be heard. Your concerns will be attended to. We will listen and will address the issues head on. And of course, with all of that, we will bring back programs to our community and solutions that matter. This election, this afternoon is not about political talking points. It's not about empty promises. This election is about the future that we choose together. That's why I'm in this race for president.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Albert Gifley. We want to move on now to Danny Watkins. Welcome, Mr. Watkins, and let's hear your intro.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Stanton Witherspoon. I want to first of all say I'm happy, brings me joy when I see a group of Liberians come together like this. That's why the pillar of the Team Watkins Peabody is unity, because without unity, we cannot make strides. With that being said, I want to first of all say I'm happy to see everyone, all the esteemed members of our organizations, well-wishers, visitors, guests. We want to thank you for being here today to listen to both of mine and my opponent platforms as it relates to the issues that surround our community. And we are here to move this community forward. I want to also acknowledge my wife, Mrs. Madia Watkins, the First Lady of the Liberian Community Association. Can you please stand let the people see you? There you go. That's the First Lady of the Liberian Community right there. So I want to say thank you, baby, for showing up. And I want to say a big thank you to all the elders. Everyone on Team Watkins Peabody, including my esteemed Vice Presidential candidate and sitting Vice President, Mrs. Evangeline Peabody. Thank you for being here. Now, with that being said, my name is Daniel Watkins. A lot of you know me. I'm the president of the Liberian Community Association, and I'm running for re-elections. It hasn't come easy. I think many of you know the stories, so we're not here to speak stories today. We're here to talk on the issues. We have made this possible. My administration made this possible. That we are even having a debate and I have an opponent. That tells you we are all about unity. Without continued exploration, I decided to go to the mediation table and make this happen. And that is why we are here. May the best man win. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant.
Honorable Step,
Yes, sir.
there's something I want to set the record straight on, and that is, I understand my opponent has been rallying around and saying he's president for the community.
We will get this.
We'll get that?
We'll get it.
I want to clean that up.
We will get this. Okay. Right. He read it. And again, guys, we do not have the luxury of time. Listen, we can enjoy this or we can mess it up. So I will ask, guys, listen, please, don't step back. No back talking, please. We're gonna keep out, I don't know his name, Yankan, whatever his name is. We're gonna keep him out. So we want to say to all of you, I will ask you respectfully, please give your cell phone to your wife. Please give your cell phone to your wife. Folks are complaining that we are exchanging text messages. We gotta be transparent. Now, having said that, let's get ready for this wonderful debate. You will have the time to ask questions. I beg you, do not interrupt. The first question to you, sir. Why do you think you are the best man to lead this community out of all the allegations and all the accusations and everything Liberians find themselves in today in the metro area and in central New Jersey? Why will you be that best man to lead this community?
Thank you so much for that question. I've been serving because I'm a servant leader. I've been serving in the background for many years. My resume speaks for itself. Over 15 years of experience in the area of taxation. I've been
Nothing. It's not me.
Battery?
I just fresh battery.
I am the best man for the job because I have the experience, I have the know-how, I have the skill set when it comes to administration and building organization. I have the necessary, the managerial skills necessary to be able to bring the Liberian community, take the Liberian community to the next level. I think we can sense that our people are tired and they are wanting change. My opponent said there are only 150 registered voters and members. During this campaign, and I think you can see here the veracity of people and the kind of exuberance that we're experiencing, people want to get involved. I'm the best man for the job because of what we can deliver. Number one, structure. Two, partnerships that will bring back programs and resources to our community. Three, you need transparency and accountability in leadership. Number four, a community engagement where we get everyone back to the table, everyone involved, and that is bringing everyone together. Those who have been left from those who have been
Thank
left.
you. Why is Dan Kawhi not the best man for this job?
It's simple. Danny has been around this leadership for the last 5 years. He served as communications director at one point in time. He was appointed unconstitutionally as a vice presidential candidate. And that appointment was unconstitutional because under section 9.1 of the Constitution, one has to call a special election in order for a vice presidential candidate to be put in place.
And so that led to he becoming president of, and that presidency was unconstitutional as well. It was unduly unconstitutional. And so he's not the man, even though he's been around the leadership of the LCA, he cannot show anything for it. Danny is not running on any record. Danny is not running on anything for the last 2 years. He cannot show anything he has done for this organization. And that's why he needs to get out.
He need to get out.
Can you name some of the things he cannot show since he took office? Center the writing is on the wall. At the core of this issue is the matter of transparency and accountability. One of the issues that was brought up during the previous debate with my vice presidential candidate, who did extremely well, and she spoke directly to the issues of the hospital beds that were donated to the LCA organization. We have no transparency on that. We donated $40,000 in value worth of hospital beds. I contributed $1,000 to the organization. Mismanagement, misappropriation, mistrust, lack of transparency. We still cannot account for those assets. You cannot unilaterally say you donated a set of hospital beds that could have gone to Liberia to help our people. We will get it. One of the things, Jeffrey, then why again? Why are you or why should the folks work with you as the best man for this organization, this association?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And this is why it's good to be a part of an organization. My opponent has no idea, but before I get to that and drill him on it, I'll talk a little bit about myself, what I have done, and why I am the best to be reelected. Throughout the chaos that this community has faced, my administration, we stood in the gap. We went to numerous mediations. Everything that we could possibly do to keep this community afloat. We are still currently talking to partners. He mentioned one of our partners' name, the ARC. Him and his group of people who's trying to take leadership today, destroy our partnership with that group by writing them. This, my opponent, also seen as the vice candidate. Well, not vice candidate, but to his vice candidate, he is also the vice executive director for a group called the Progressive Union that will formed against the Liberian Community Association. Mr. Abba supported the board of directors. As a matter of fact, he has that gentleman lifting him and his vice candidate as an endorsement. A man that unilaterally walked to the TD Bank downtown Trenton, closed the community account, took $16,000, was trying to lift the administration. Then you run around here and say, I gave $1,000. Where is your $1,000? It's in the 16. So I have stood in the gap. My administration has stood in the gap. We are continuing to engage partners, giving them assurance that once our internal mess is settled, we will re-engage and we will be ready to work. We will move this community forward no matter what. Okay? Another thing I want to touch on is the misinformation that both Mr. Jeetley and his vice presidential candidate ran with. And here is it. They keep going, and it surprised me because one of the Brits, I'll call him the Brits in this community, supports Mr. Jeetley. He's part of the ones that wrote the Liberian Community Association Constitution. We have told them time and time again in writing that Danny is the legitimate president. And he's a framer of this Constitution. And here is why. I will give you why. They are claiming that there's a special election to be called when the president or the vice president resigns. That is untrue. Nowhere in the world that can happen. Vice president and presidential candidate.
Section 9.1.
I will get to the section because you just read it from one. But the actual constitutional provision that I took the note down is Article 5, Section 5.3. The vice president shall assume duties of the president in case of death, resignation, impeachment, illness, and family emergency. So I'll school you on that. You keep looking at Section 1, and here is why I will school you. Mr. Moderator, let me just give it real quick, 10 seconds.
I'm down on time. I need to report that.
10 seconds.
Okay. I need to report that. Let me set the record.
Mr. Well, no. Let the moderator run the show. Let the moderator run the show.
Mr. Chipley, run at the time. Run at the time.
Thank you. And here is why I was schooling. The way our organization constitution is written to put check and balance. We have an executive committee that comprises of the Secretary General, the Treasurer, and the Financial Secretary. Those are the positions that when it becomes vacant, that's where Section 9.1 come in, because they are part of the executive committee.
Thank you. Hold on, guys. So, let me set a record to my people. You cannot interrupt. If you are serving as Vice President on the days on the TV, please respect the rule. We give time, 10 seconds for another product. Under 10 seconds, Daniel. You're coming into your appointment as Vice President was unconstitutional. Let's get that straight. That's not the clause in the Constitution that you're quoting. It's something that does not preempt. You came in, that appointment should have been called, a separate election should have been called before your appointment. And that's, so let's get it straight. No. Mr. Jigley, where are your reliance? Where is the Constitution you quoted from? 9.1. Yes, where is it? What, do you have it? I'm sorry? Do you have it? Can you put it up for me? Where's the Constitution you quoted from?
It's on, I can get it on my phone. I don't have it in written.
All right, guys, and this we're going to do. We will get the Constitution from Mr. Albert Jigley that he's referring to, and we'll get one from Mr. Dennis Watkins that he's referring to. So which one you got? Is this from any? All right. Since I need glasses for this. Yeah. Okay. Can you read what Dennis? Can you read that? And you will read that for Albert. Hold on 1 minute, guys.
Our Constitution states officers and duties. Article 5.3. The Vice President shall assume the duty of President in the absence of, in case of death, resignation, impeachment, illness, and family emergency.
Hold on 1 minute. We wait to the end. Go with it. Can you repeat this for us, please? In yellow? The Vice President, Central, I think we need to understand. He came in as a Vice President on Constitution. That's what we okay. So that's argument. Yes. Hold on a minute. Let's get to the core of the issue. So if there's no argument, then make that your argument. Yes, that's what I said. You are talking about the appointment. The appointment, not the elected Vice President. That's correct. That's where we need to start. Let's start from the inception. Thank you. Let's see why.
And now we book.
We will. Hold on 1 minute. Let's read why Albert Jigley is saying. Go ahead, sir.
Section 9.10 of the Constitution reads, the president shall call special elections to fill vacancies that may occur on the executive committee or the board of directors.
That's right. All right. So here we are. And then hold on 1 minute. We got to move on. So can I? Wait. Guys, you got to hold on. The argument now is not about the vacancy, right? No. It's about the appointment. Once you're vice president, right? And the president died or resigned, you can assume the office. But if you were illegally appointed, then that constitution does not apply to you. So, in this case, hold on 1 minute. We will move on because you will decide, not me.
No, Stephen, I have to make clarity. I have to make clarity.
So, guys, the reason we have to debate is to convince you to vote for either one of them. So just say it and you decide, okay? We gotta move. We're going to decide. I will give you 10 seconds, and 10 seconds, and we'll move to the next one. Go ahead.
Again, my opponent do not know the Liberian Community Constitution, and that's what he's stating there. Nowhere in the world, I'm not talking about LCA, that the vice president will resign and the president go on elections. No, it cannot happen anywhere in the world. Like, for an example, JD Banks decides to resign today, Donald Trump will go to election. It will not happen. Okay, they're playing for new, and this doesn't change with LCA either.
So let's move on. When you as vice president or when you elect as vice president,
Both.
talk about the appointment.
I was appointed when the former vice president resigned. And believe it or not, the board of directors harmed my appointment because they didn't even know the Constitution.
Well, you're appointment leader as per the Constitution.
Yes, 100%.
The president appointed you.
Correct.
As per the Constitution, the president has the right to appoint or there should be an election. What say you?
The president has appointing power to appoint his vice president.
You show the Constitution.
That's the issue. There is no constitutional clause that I can point to directly because it doesn't need to be there. It's common sense, my people.
No.
Simple.
Listen. And that's what makes the debate interesting. There is nothing in the law appointing the vice president. Am I correct? Is that something we just read? So, guys, we have to call a special election. Is there anything to call a special election?
When one person from the executive resigns, that is the treasurer, the financial secretary, and the secretary general.
The executive team. Guys, Mr. Former President, can you please? I'm just a moderator. You, right? That's question. That's all I just want to say this. Mr. Chief, we got to move on. What is not done by the Constitution is not done at all. I just want to right? The both of will decide. Right? Let's move on. And my question is for you, Mr. Chief. Guys, can we keep it down, please? Come on. Gentlemen, can we keep it down, please? Please. The next question to you. We asked you before, let's get back to those 46,000 or 36,000 medical beds. Where are they? Because of the lack of transparency and accountability, I think it's safe to say that we have no clue where they are. I can guarantee you, Senator, it's not about what you say. In leadership, it's not about what you say. It's about what you do. Integrity, action matters. When you're running a nonprofit organization like this, and you fail to report on a regular basis, and people are not in the know, so where are the beds? Where are the beds? Yes. I don't know. 95% of the people in this audience don't know because there is no transparency and there is no accountability with this team.
Do you think, like we heard from Madam P. Daddy, the vice candidate to Barry Watkins, that they decided and voted on to give the bed to the outgoing president and to the base? Do you think the decision was unique? Was it conflict of interest to give the bed to the outgoing president?
Absolutely a conflict of interest. Anyone who knows Mr. Anthony Clay and Jenny's relationship knows the proximity, knows that they are, with that proximity, that level of proximity, Jenny donated those beds to Anthony Clay's foundation, which we do not know. It's a registered 501c3 in the first place.
You see, Danny? You say you gave it to Anthony Clay?
I'm accusing Danny and Eve of signing over those beds that we helped to solicit to go back and help our people. I'm accusing Danny.
Go ahead.
Danny, you should not have sent those beds. You should not have signed off or made a unilateral decision not in compliance with the Internal Revenue Service laws. Those beds were restricted assets. Funds that were given were restricted, and you took it and unilaterally, you and your board took it unilaterally, sent it, just like it to your friend's foundation, and that's misappropriation of assets.
Thank you. Danny, where are the hospital beds? And let's get to the response.
First of all, they are in Liberia. They are presently in Liberia. Currently in Liberia.
Can we confirm?
I spoke to the organization that we donated beds to, and they confirmed that the beds are in Liberia, and they are working on modalities on distribution.
When did they get to Liberia?
What happened?
When did they arrive?
I don't know the exact date, so I don't want to quote it, but it's currently in Liberia.
Were the bed given to LCA to be given to Anthony Space?
Yeah, the bed wasn't given to LCA to be given to anyone. The bed was given to LCA to be presented to serve the Liberian people. And that's what the bed is doing. It is serving the Liberian people.
Did LCA send the beds to Liberia?
Yes, the general body, who is the highest decision-making body of our organization. I will school you again, my opponent, on Article 4, Section 4.3. The general body serves. And on November 9th, 2025, in a general meeting, they didn't unilaterally do it, they did it anonymously, voted to give the bed to a foundation that would better serve our people rather than different victims.
Danny, I just asked you, did LCA, Liberian Community Association, send those beds to Liberia?
No.
Again, who sent the bed to Liberia?
The 501c3 that the general body donated the bed to, the organization Anthony Pius Foundation, it was donated to them.
Let me very clear. Anthony Pius acquired foundation. Did you approve
as a sitting past president then to give his hand to enter the faith.
Mr. Moderator, let me correct you. I wasn't the sitting vice president. I was the sitting president when the bed was donated by the general body.
Did you approve as a sitting president? Where's Eric? I know he gave those hands to enter the space.
I didn't need approval. The general body made that.
Did you vote? Did you vote?
Yes, I voted.
So you approve?
You can call it whatever. The general body did. The general body made that decision, not me.
Again, guys, hold on 1 minute. And this is how we will do it. It will not be too traditional. I'm going to go over the questions again because it's about what the community, one of the main things the community can show today is those 46 or 36,000 property. Again, Danny White, as president, do you think, and you explain to the audience, that your decision is the right decision at the right time?
Despite I always seem to not know it all, and everybody have a learning curve and opportunity, no based on the island, I wholeheartedly stand by that decision. And here is why, my people. Would I sit down as a rational Liberian, forget about me being a sitting president, would I be okay with those, like my opponent said, $46,000 or whatever it was, be thrown in the dumpster because it wasn't done his way or how he wanted it? Or should we go to the Liberian people and serve them? And the LCA will be called that to the Liberian Community Association of Central New Jersey and the metropolitan area donation to the Anthony Fire Foundation, who is a registered non-for-profit organization in Liberia, donating those bears to them. Which one would you prefer? In my capacity as a regular Liberian, not just as president, wholeheartedly stand with that position against the bears.
Thank you. Mr. Chipley. Yeah. Do you think Daniel's decision was the right decision at that time? It wasn't. Would you have done it differently? Absolutely, yes. Different. Let's be practical, folks. Let's be practical. Let's be practical about this big issue, right? Through my relationship, now we're talking about partnership. We're talking about someone who can come in to the Liberian Community Association and use their influence, use their network, use their partnership to be able to solicit assets. We got a set of beds, 36 beds, worth over 40,000. They were supposed to go to Liberia to serve hospitals, EAW Hospital, Catholic Hospital, you name it. To have been president. He came in. He never did the necessary. If I was president, everything towards asset, I would have been on top of those issues, those beds. Those beds were sitting in the backyard of Anthony Clyde for over a year. And the reason those beds rotted, and he's saying he was going to throw them in the dumpster, is because here is what he didn't do first and foremost. When he first took over, he should have first said, hey, we have a set of hospital beds. Let's take those beds, let's rally around, let's have a fundraiser, and let the LCA be the one to ship those beds. Not let the beds sit in the backyard of somebody and let those beds be destroyed. So the fact that he was saying that, oh, the bed would have been thrown away, that's where you got it wrong, Danny. You sat there and you allowed the bed, you allowed the weather, so you allow rain, snow, and sleet to beat those beds, and people in Liberia were sleeping on the floor in hospitals. That's misappropriation of assets. Secondly, Danny did not do his due diligence. My opponent said The Anthony Baye Foundation is registered as a 501c3 in Liberia, not in America. That's a place of non-profit law. You cannot donate assets. For 501c3, you cannot donate assets. You have to donate it to another 501c3. So thank you. You need to do diligence there. So to move past the debt issue, it's really important for us to guys, can we keep it down, please? Can we keep it down? Also, let me ask you, Mr. Dipley, let's talk about you and the community. Sure. How long have you been part of this community organization? The Liberian Community Association, I've been a part for many years. As a matter of fact, my father-in-law served as president of this community. So I've been a part of this community for a very long time. But there have been gaps. The community went on. Mr. S. Balamasica, he keeps standing there. I pulled back when there was lack of leadership. And there came a time when there was lack of leadership. I pulled back. But when the community revamped and came back in 2000, 2002, I came back in the community, I paid my dues.
Are you concerned that most Liberians in the metro area and the Bronx Central Jersey have not heard about the Liberian Community Association and they are not part of the Liberian Community Association? Are you concerned? What can you do differently?
I'm very concerned, because one of the things that we're finding out during these campaigns is that most people don't know, because of the lack of engagement, the lack of inclusion, the lack of communication, that lack of transparency have caused people to pull back. But besides that, there is not a lack of, there is a lack of publicity when it comes to the Liberian Community Association. One of the things our camp has done during these elections, we've been telling people about the organization and how this organization will represent them when it comes to partnering and making sure that resources come back to the community that will impact their lives directly or indirectly for the future generations. And so I am concerned that under daily leadership, we can only say you have, I think, between 79 to 150 members. That's concerning, when in fact we have over 1,000 plus Liberians just within this vicinity. And the metropolitan area, I want to say more than 5,000 to 10,000.
But you take, what is this organization headquarters? Where is it? Is it in Trenton? Is it in the metro area? Is it outside of Trenton? Where is it?
The organization quarter?
Yes, LCA headquarters. Do you have one?
The headquarters would say it's in Trenton.
Say that?
It's in Trenton. The headquarters.
Yes.
Yes, in Trenton.
When you take it outside of all of them, Trenton?
Absolutely.
Why not? Why would you take it out of Trenton? Why?
If I would take the headquarters out of Trenton?
Yes.
No, I don't. There's no need to take the headquarters out of Trenton. Trenton is a historic city. Trenton is where this organization was formed. I think there's a lot we can do in Trenton. However, we will decentralize by appointing ambassadors in all of the Florida states. So when you talk about the metropolitan area, we're going to run this organization as if it's an institution. We're going to decentralize. Our work can be everywhere. Walden can be everywhere. We're going to have ambassadors. We're going to have folks in those various areas like Levittown and Langhorne and Bristol and Burlington that represent the community and bring that information.
Thank you. Did it?
It's so beautiful when you are debating somebody that have no clue about an organization, but only show up when there's an action.
Check my track record.
They made the TV set on me. Yeah, he's struggling. You have no clue. Right? You sit here and talk all EPT, and where were you?
I was right here then.
Where were you? I didn't interrupt. Mr. Moderator, will you ask my opponent to stop interrupting, please? Where were you? Yeah. I just saw your county launch a few days ago. You have council houses. You have all the beautiful things out there. You have stuff for the kids to do. Where were you? When the Liberian community needed you the most, Mr. G, where were you? You were nowhere to be found. You stood on the side of the people. You stood in line with a group of people who have endorsed you today to hold this community hostage, sat not to move, close the community operating account. Struggling us. But guess what? The man, you keep contradicting yourself. You say, honor my leadership, but you say you consider me president. So which one is it? You understand what I'm saying? So the man who came in today, that stood in the gap when there were no money, my administration solicited funds through personal donations to have an active organization where we was able to utilize those funds to pay our dues to our own organization. You attended the national convention both in Atlanta City and most recently in Indiana. We had a successful back-to-school program. We had a July 26th that was not just one of those. We, for the same set of unity, right? We put somebody different in front of you and said, you be the face of this thing. So we can bring everybody, so it's not that I recommend it, so people can't have excuses. Thank you. One second, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Gipley was one of the people that pushed in his cohorts and group of people who is on his team. Told Mr. Weir to step down as president of Trenton Professional Old Timer to contest in the Liberian Community Association. I can confirm to you today that his vice presidential candidate, Warren Popo, is the executive director of the Progressive Union of New Jersey, and Mr. Gipley is her assistant. They are both still seeking. Can you tell me, and everybody in this room, what everything you say was people in the Liberian community, what have you and your vice president did in the last 2 years since that group was formed against the Liberian Community Association that you should be revenged of? What have you done? That's the head of that group. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. My people, here's what we think. Yeah, Danny. I am the vice president for the Progressive Union, and I own up to it. We supported the board of directors' action. What happened was, and this goes back to this whole idea of you being unduly appointed. You came in with all this zeal and did things unconstitutionally. Here you have a situation where Mr. Danny Watkins came into power, and one of the first things he did was to so-called for the last 2 years, and you've done nothing but you've destroyed this community. And so when it comes to
Can I report real quick? Can I put everything we have spoken with time? I have to address the issue about finances. And I think the audience really want to look at exactly finances, transparency, what will happen if any of you guys win this election. Let me come to you, Danny. You serve, and you are serving in a position going for election. Number one, it's good that we have Congressman James Barkley here. On the last show, Ms. Barkley, can you stand, please?
The congressman from Pleasantville, including organized you. On the last show, you said, McVeigh administration, and another person working back. And you guys probably go to buy drink. Pushing the LCA card. If the opportunity, please, what exactly happened with the association money by going into?
Thank you. Thank you. That's the opportunity I was waiting for because of the misinformation. The opportunity to do that was spoon. But today, thank God Mr. Barker is here. I think the vice president of the somewhere. She's here. All right. So, as I said, Reverend Barker is here and he can attest to. They came for the induction ceremony of the newly elected officers. After the induction ceremony at the hall on New Willow, the executive committee and the financial secretary, and let me pivot a little bit. Let me just say something. The financial secretary of experience, financial secretary, this organization has ever was smart enough not to even get it against him. But then they always come there and talk about record keeping, unity, because you're now part of the committee. So you do not know that he's giving accurate records. Can we come back to it? With that, with the liquor store thing, yes, the community debit card was used to purchase refreshments. Let me make that clear. Because we have the national president here, we have Reverend Buckley here. I don't want people to misconstrue that we use $180 to buy only Hennessy, Remy Martin, and Pierre. It was used to purchase refreshments, of which the also is adjacent Jacob Rambo's store. Somebody who is also supporting Mr. Jiggly. We went from the liquor store to Mr. Jack's restaurant, where most people on that ticket was in that gathering. Can I get this land? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Porter.
The audience doesn't know. The truth.
I'll answer that question, and to put it together today, we bought refreshments. Refreshments. I don't know how else to put it. Refreshments.
So, guys, it's a channel in here. Do you agree that Penny Watkins and the administration bought into a liquor store to buy only refreshments? Do not agree? I think it's a lie. Jenny, let's put it this way. Guys, listen. It's becoming more and more apparent that it doesn't follow the constitution of its organization, right? Every spending that you so-called do should be approved. I'm pretty sure those spending were not approved, not to mention a liquor store.
That's
you have the board of directors that you should have that budget been approved. Do you think it was a wise decision by the board or Dennis Watkins and that administration to go to a liquor store and use the association money? Do you believe they bought refreshment and not liquor? They bought alcohol with the organization money, another unconstitutional provision. I disagree. It wasn't refreshment, Danny. Danny, let's be clear. It sounds like you're flip-flopping on this issue. You see on national TV 2 or 3 weeks ago on your show, Petra, and said to the Liberian people that you admitted that you purchased alcohol in the liquor store. Today you're selling refreshments. Where are we?
All right, David. Good question. That's a good thing out there. Wait. Guys, what about me? Danny. Guys. Hello. 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 Can you wait your audience, please? Can you wait your audience, please? All right.
Is it okay?
Please. And the question is simple. Do you think there was an error in John's? No. Wait, let me ask. Do you think there was an error in John's? The association debit card to go into the liquor store and buy liquor? If they bought liquor, do you think so? No. Will you do it again? Yes, I will. All right. That's what you call transparency. That's what you call accurate record keeping. We're not hiding anything. If we were hiding anything, we'll go to the bank, got the debit card. We would have pulled 200 out of the ATM and go to the liquor store and buy the liquor. We went to the store, used the debit card, and made our transaction. So, if you said transparency, do you have the receipt from the liquor store? Why would I have the receipt? It's on the bank statement that is shared with you on phone. It's written. The financial secretary definitely have that receipt. Okay. It's somewhere in here. We got to move on. And I hope it.
And there you go.
Stand up. We will move on. Stand up. The press with them.
I don't know what's going on.
10 seconds. Real quick.
The issue is not about purchasing alcohol with a debit card. The issue has to do with this whole idea that there is not some level here of meeting, approval. And so when you go out and just walk into a store, as Danny would say here, are you telling me that Danny says that today and just walk into a store and purchase alcohol?
Can I respond to that statement?
Because what's the
you gotta give me a chance, man. I gotta clarify. Okay.
Are you going down the street today to buy alcohol because
you see that you're referring to me? So can I reply? Okay.
Is this what transparency looks like?
All right, Mr. Chipler, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Mr. Chipler is speaking on transparency. Do you know anything about the gentleman that closed the bank account $3,000?
I do.
Does he support your campaign?
Yes, he does.
Was that transparency?
It was.
It was transparency?
As a matter of fact, that gentleman helped save this community. The honorable Republican saved this community when he took the decision, and the progressive.
So where is the 16,000?
The 16,000, the question was asked. The 16,000 is currently with the election commission, and that money will be turned over to whoever wins this election. So it was safeguarding of assets, something that would have been, that money would have been spent on more alcohol.
I hope the moderator will give me enough time to talk to you. Say how you get my man. Hey, give my chance. That's all that is. You talking about transparency, Mr. G. You said you just sat here in front of all these beautiful people and admitted that you are 100% in alignment with what Chairman Peter did, but did not send one what we put to the general body, who is the highest decision-making body on his actions. He went there unilaterally down to strangle Jacob. You said you, but you are here calling us out for using transparency at a local store. I do it time and time again, brother, because it shows record. Okay? It shows record. We went there. I just told you we could have done the perfect DA. Put it out of the ATM, spend it on whatever we want, but we didn't do it. It shows transparency. And another thing I said from the beginning, there's a reason why Mr. Giglett is struggling, because he wasn't a part. His band that he's talking about, that serves the community, is the band that not collect money for gas without approval to travel on the need of the Liberian community. As the thing, President, that you do not need any authorization. Here is that, first of all, say that I did not support what we, first of all, we were very, I was, and for years, I did, if you go back, you'll see, right? Of me paying my dues. And there are records contributing to this organization. But let me say to my opponent, besides paying $60 dues every year, what has he done? What has he done? Has Danny helped to lobby for anything substantive in this community? No. Has Danny contributed at one time more than $1,000 to support an initiative? Danny, what have you done personally?
So let's go up. So now we actually hold on 1 minute there. Now it's a crossfire. It's a crossfire. You ask him Dennis question. We're gonna ask you questions. Sure. Dennis, can you answer?
Sure. How about you won't know again because you're not white. I don't go around like you telling people what I have done. The records are there. Reach out to the financial secretary. They're up here. No? He gave my records. I didn't interrupt you. Please, Mr. Moderator, please control your show. All right. I did not interrupt you. Speak freely. Go check my financial contribution. Like I said, when you are chilling with your progressive union and said that the LCA should be dissolved, I was making contributions. And that's why you are even able to sit there today and talk about a community that you want to run to take power on. Okay? I don't talk about my contribution. I don't talk about what I do. There are a lot of young Liberians in this community that are personally mental, helped, paperwork, immigration paperwork, school paperwork. Contrary to what you believe, I have this audience will contest to it, but I don't put it on my head. I don't walk around with it because I am a grassroots talk. We don't talk about what we do. We do it and we let people keep acting the manner in which we gain it. Free. We don't talk about it. You talk about $1,000. Yes. Let me hit on that here real quick. You personally, the organization that you're running for today, from your own words, said that you were going to file a complaint against the LCA with the federal government in the state of New Jersey, so we will lose our 501c3. But today, you want to take over this organization. How about make it make sense, my brother? Make it make sense.
So this is it. Hold on 1 minute. We're gonna put Madam Peabody outside for the break. She's getting too hot. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Right? But on a serious note, though, this is exactly what we need. They know each other. They need to ask each other questions. And I think I have to ask you, did you ever say you would like the federal government to dissolve the LCA? Those were not my words. I did not say those things. What I did try to do, what I did do was, please, non-profit organizations like the LCA are public charity. I'll use the word again, public charity. Meaning that I have the right to question, especially when I contribute. I have the right, David, especially when I said in black and white that my $1,000 should go towards bed. I was very specific. I've never requested the $60 that I contributed, my wife and I. We contributed $60 to payment. What we did requested was the $1,000. Now, the reason for which I said what I said, and it wasn't to shut down the LCA, I tried to hold you accountable. Did you? You said you didn't say it. Did you say it or you didn't say it? I did not say it in those words. You said it. But I was holding him accountable because he lacks transparency and accountability. So you said, I said that the monies that were contributed to the organization, if there were going to be reports or any explanation for how much was spent, I gotta move on. Did you say it? And I said what? Did you say you were right for federal government? I did not. Okay. Then we're going to You said you did it. Is that you getting accused for the last time of getting your $1,000 back? What means? Did you get your $1,000 back? I did not get the $1,000 back. And it's still in the LCA's account. Thank God that, measures were taken to help safeguard that money. Now, let me be clear about what I said in the chat book. I was going to, from a compliance standpoint, I was going to report to the Internal Revenue Service that this leadership was mismanaging assets of a public charity. It's something that it wasn't going to shut the organization down, but they were going to reprimand. They were going to reprimand them for what he was doing. By course of action. Thank you for that clarity. So now we're going to take over the criminal question and we go to the stand on the Henry report real quick. When I'm president, hold me accountable. When I'm president, hold me accountable.
Yeah, sit down. I just want to tell you something real quick. My opponent here said he's talking about mismanagement. You are aware of everything that transpired. You were told that the hospital bed was given. You also saying you wrote you contacted yourself because the man who said you supported all the community account. You got the man took your $1,000. So why you going to report the community for how they get mismanaged? You just said on your closing point that the money is safe. So why are you reporting the community? That cause problem?
The parents were never sent to our community.
Thank you.
Let's step.
You said it for 2 years. And everything we know, guys, 1 minute, please. Guys, let me please keep it down. You've been serving the community. Giving 3 of the major achievements since you took over as president. Thank you. That's a great question, Stanley. It is difficult to do anything when you don't have unity and funds. My administration will purposely target and strengthen the leader. Because I don't call them opposition, I call them breakaway. Those same people that supported the former president prior to his resignation, every single one of them against Hector Weah, Mr. Hector Weah at the time, and the same people, because they did not get their way with the sitting president, decided to destroy this community, reach out to our partners, told them not to do business with us. I am engaging. I'm talking to partners. I'm keeping them informed.
No, wait.
Okay, go ahead.
It's my job to bring you back home.
Yeah.
Name it three. Just three.
I want to leave the premise. I want to lay the premise. I got you. I want to lay the premise before I come on with my achievement. What I have done, what my administration have done, is kept the community alive. First of all, calling everybody to the table, that's an achievement. For everybody to be sitting here today, to be talking of the election, that's an achievement. Another achievement is we had a successful July 26th without funds. Let me one along here without funds. Personal donation. We have over 800 people. We also collaborated with Bluetown JC to have one of the best parades in the city of Trinidad. For the very first time, we went to the city hall.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Can I continue, Senator?
Hold on 1 minute. Guys, thank you very much for calling me. We got to go to the audience after Mr. Jupi. Then, for the youth of the Liberian children, what have you been?
I hang with the youth, the disadvantaged youth. I hang with them almost every week.
The association.
I talk happy.
What have the association done for the youth?
The association can't do anything because Mr. Jeepler and his crew, and his group of people, were partners that could do stuff for the youth. So, and told them not to do business with us. So the little we have, that's what we work with.
So the association have done nothing for the youth.
Correct.
The elderly, the old people. What have the association done for the old Liberian people?
The scheme applies. We cannot get anything done because every partner that we reach out to, when you're finished with court, we don't intend to drag our esteemed organization in your head. When you're feeding your brother, we are talking to partner center that need to give us grants, but they will wait till we take this out of court before they can talk to us.
So, 2 years, Mama, please. So 2 years, you been serving as president. The demographic in Central Jersey and the metro area, the association have done nothing because of the striking. Is that the message?
I wouldn't say nothing. We have done what we can with the little we have.
Thank you. What would be some of the things you're going to do for these folks? Since the condition right now, the laboratory just hanging around, the old people that are hanging around, then they said they can't do anything because
able to mobilize. You haven't been able to
engage in a way that would get people believing again in a community that should be about serving people. It's time to step aside, Daddy, and give me the chance. And here's what I do.
But we've been a great team. We, on day one, we have professionals who are already working diligently behind the scenes. And when you take a look at my campaign, you'll see handprints and footprints of some of what I'm talking about. The professionalism. We are ready to partner up with professionals to bring back resources. We will revisit the Constitution to make sure that it works for all of our people. The Constitution, we will set up standing committees that will address issues relating to the Constitution, relating to matters that affect our youth, matters that affect our elderly. That has to do with structure. We'll put in place systems.
Thank you. Thank you. We have to announce that they have extended it up to 6:30. So therefore, if you can hang with us, fine. If you have to go through your overtime, you can go. We will give you the chance to ask questions. And I hope everybody, please, we will recognize you for you to ask the question. You are from the community. It is your best shot right now to ask your question. It's a Denny Watkins. We will come back to do the finishing and the closing. Thank you very much, Mr. Albert Jupiter. Thank you. We really got a chance to interact with him. I hope you give it your best shot. Cool. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to this person. We have any hands. Anyone want to ask a question? All right. First, Jose. Going to do? I'm going to.
He said, stop the communities and culture. But while we're at high school, they are going to do two supper. Yes. Anthony Fire, we do Anthony fight the power. We bring the Lula. And we made down a couple of temples. And we support a couple of temples. We support that Anthony. Anthony, the South President, I know that people here at you for the whole year. People are eyes and I think other people. Anthony, when he stepped down, my question is, why, when you start off with voting, you also receiving vote, you say people cannot forget. You as the president, can you come to other people to say, come, if we have to all, how many other people at home to come back?
Thank you, Mr. Watkins.
I would like to stand and respectfully respond to my mother. Thank you, Mommy, for that great question. Look, no organization don't have flaws. Everyone has flaws. It was not Danny Watkins' intention to make anyone feel disenfranchised. It is not my intention, and that is why we are here today. I'm sorry that you felt that way. However, the ULA you talked about, when this came up, and ULA came and had a successful election, ULA decided then to suspend our constitution in order for them to have the elections. After ULA suspended the constitution and had the elections, and Anthony was duly elected by everyone in here, by the community at large, the Constitution went back in full swing. It was no longer suspended because now you have a sitting president. The issue that a lot of people don't understand is that this community is a due paying community and a membership-driven organization by our Constitution. I did not write it. The Freeman started lives to read it that way. We will make changes after re-election when we all come back together. We will get the bright minds and we will look at it. Unfortunately, I just want to wrap it up. I'll wrap it up in 10 seconds. Unfortunately, things happen the way it did. I have been engaging not just older folks, I have been engaging in young and even social organizations. Thank you. I'm showing time and time again, I can collaborate and I will continue to collaborate. Thank you, Dennis. We can all do it together. Thank you.
Watkins. What I mean to our mother question, and maybe we'll keep it for last. Yeah, it's about the $10 or $30 you got to pay before you vote, and we will discuss that as well. Let's take another question. The question we're taking will be for Albert Kipling, because Daniel won, Albert won. Who got questions for Albert? Yes, ma'am. We'll come to you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi everyone, my name is Ivy. It doesn't matter who answers the question. I would like to know what plans do you have for the Liberian people in your community to work together as one instead of division?
So, thank you for the question. Leadership has to do with listening. We've listened, we've studied the issues, and there are so many of them, but we've identified 4. We need structure in the LCA, period. And we'll start with that. The reason is very simple. The Constitution needs to be revisited. We'll stand up committees to revisit those. We need systems in place, processes. You need a database for all Liberians. Daniel couldn't answer the question about how many Liberians are in this, this vicinity. You couldn't answer that question, directly, because there's no data. There's no data to prove it. And so we need structure. And besides, we will be partnering with organizations that will bring resources. One of the things
Thank you.
Quickly, 10 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Even when I wasn't in leadership, I solicited 36 hospital beds, and besides those 36 hospital beds, there were other hospital supplies. But because of the because of the mismanagement, those supplies were not given. Number 2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jipley. We'll move on, please. Yes, ma'am. Your name?
My name is Patricia Logan. Well, I attended my first term only in 4th in the Liberian community for the last election. And knowing me, I'm a very experienced person. I came here several times in December. I worked with the state of New Jersey for 21 years. And I was so happy for the community to move forward, but I was very disappointed. When we went for the election, all the other people went for Anthony Pay. But I know personally that it was becoming a work. We want to let that love the community. When I include the community, it's not for social club. So you want to tell me 2 years, you never get nothing? So I want to ask you, the 1 year, what did you do? Because everybody was excited. Everybody. The person I wanted for them to win the brother personal problem. It's not about personal problem. It's about what we can do for the community. So I ask you, Danny, 2 years, the 1 year, what do you do for the community?
That's a great question, but I'm trying to understand, first of all, before I respond, When you say years, are you talking about Anthony Flyer's first 2 years in term in office? Okay, because I wasn't part of leadership then. So I can't answer for Anthony Flyer. Unfortunately, he's now running on my ticket. But I can answer for my stewardship in the last year. And like I said, in the last year, what I have done is make something out of nothing. I had nothing. The community account was closed. It damaged all our relationships with all the mayors. I'm talking about Hamilton, Trenton, Ewing, all of this. What we have done is, thankfully, we have a Liberian who works at the City Hall and now is the Public Works Director, Mr. Hector Ria. We went through him, through the City of Monrovia Mayor and the City of Trenton Mayor to procure a fire truck. That's something we have done. To send a fire truck to Liberia to assist Liberians. We procured it through the help of Hector's office and
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I just finish there? I stopped because the people are making noise, so I don't know. So, Mama, what we could do is what we did. We get something out of nothing. We did not know, we had nothing. All the personal contributions we had to steer the affairs of the organization.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you.
Real quick. Hold on, guys. We're going around the way. The fire truck. Was it the community fire truck?
We you said the community.
Was it Liberian Community Association fire truck?
I worked directly with the mayor of Trenton and the mayor of Monrovia. That was funny.
Was the fire truck donated as a donation from the Liberian Community Association?
No, not directly from the Liberian Community Association, but the city of Trenton through collaboration with the Liberian community. And that's why every time the mayor of Monrovia is here, he calls me to accompany him to the city hall.
So it was through your collaboration?
Correct.
It wasn't through Yinka?
No.
All right, sir.
Thanks, sir. You just let me explain something first before I ask the question. What can I say to you, please? So, everything like one legal level, it happens in our things might be done in a legal fashion for it to be right. Our constitution provides that anyone must be approved by the board director. Even if approved, the expenditure must follow the simple procedure. The treasurer and the treasurer and the chairman of the board are primary signatories of the president. The president is our authority. Having said that, it appears from all the transactions, the liquor store, at that time, when the board of directors were arguing for these, so the liquor store expenditure, the right argument is here. Despite me that they did not follow the procedure, accept the fee of I am one of the people. The process is simple. Even if the board of those two primary things are not signed, the issuance of bids under what the process. Because if the president has an income or one has an income, you can express without following the process. I said I didn't have twice. I'm going to say it twice. You know how the last July sponsor. Yeah,
Gary and Keith went to July conference. Expense money from the community account. Guy, if you want to tell the book. Why people can tell the book? More importantly, at that time, my question to you, Gary, do you believe that you uphold the constitution of this election?
Jefferson Kona message immediately said for me, yes, 100% I will uphold the Constitution. Thank you.
Did you spend money with other people from the group
I don't know what you're talking about.
to go for the UDA program?
You talking about?
He's saying you spend money, but
He said from the community account, the community. I told you the post that we saw. They said that through personal grant. Yes.
all right.
We went to ULA engagement.
If you have a question, I question. Stanton, I have to say, no. Is Jenny saying that because those donations were personal contributions in the name of LCA, you could spend it every now, that you went to Las Vegas and spent the money?
He said from Vegas, I went on community business, but you said Las Vegas. Yes, the next information, you're pushing to the next whole name. Because we there to report. I spend the money on community engagement. With approval, with Cora Yinka and James Allen, who are serving as board members at the national level of youth. That's crazy. That's what you first. It doesn't matter, we do not have a board. That's why I say he's not part of the community, so you will not know anything him.
So wait. So Jenny, you can say you will follow the Constitution. Wait, let's get something straight. And it's only fair to do this, right?
I just want to say something real quick. That will finish it. If the man keeps talking over me, I will talk over me. So if you can throw it out, what were you saying?
I think it's a bad question. We are trying to move past the old, right? And he asked a beautiful question. But then when we move past people here that support you, and those that rather don't support you, they are here as well. That you raise to attend the different functions, right? You went around, you engaged folks because, there's no better money. That's fine. Can you be that clear? Did you get approval because you raised those funds in the name of LCA? Am I correct?
Correct.
Who approved you using the money in which way?
The sitting board of directors.
Involving all.
James Allen and Cora Yinka.
Is that the procedure?
Yes, because they are the only two people who are the board members.
In the board.
Typically, it's 7 board members. Because of that's why I need.
Wait, guys. You got 7 board members.
Yes. Typically, it's 7 board members. Through the mediation with ULA, we have 7 board members. Those board members decide not to be a part of the mediation no more, and they will continue to hold the community money and hold the community hostage. They pull out of the negotiation and change the governing documents of the community. So what the Liberian wanted as a sitting president to keep our opposition active on the ULA level, I had to make an appointment on the ULA board of directors to keep the community active as an active member of ULA, who is our mother umbrella organization, and that's what I did. And those 2 people serve up to now as the interim board members on the ULA level.
My question to you, your appointments were how many members?
2.
And the 2 members are?
James Allen.
And those are the 2 individuals that approved you?
Yes.
All right, the folks got the message, and we move on. We got to be close to the second 5 minutes. We got to be close. We'll come to you. I'll come to you. That's you.
All right, everybody. My name is Georgia Kamara. I have a question for Danny. I was listening online to Madame Peabody, the Vice Senator, and she said, I've contributed $1,000 towards the beds shipping out. And she also said the community young women, they went to the account, the LCA account, and pulled money out so that those beds would be shipped to Liberia. That's not what she said? Got you. So now, I heard you said that those beds were given to Anthony Park. Am I right? So a 501c3 organization. 501c3 organization. Was it for the internal purpose or was it for the Liberian?
It is for the internal. Okay, let me answer. So the beds were donated by the general body. So the Anthony Fire Foundation, who is a non-for-profit also here in the United States and Liberia. I have seen the Liberian registration. I have not seen the U.S. one, so I'm not going to make that. But it is a 501c3 organization which we present there too.
So if it is a 501c3 organization, right? And those beds, it was not given to Anthony Valley. Those beds got together to be shipped Liberia. So if there was money coming from the LTA account, and I donated $1,000. So if you guys were going to give it to Anthony Valley, why is it that you guys did not reform our money? Because I don't see transparency right here.
You see, this is exactly what I need. Can I just respond to you? Come on now, let me respond to you. This is exactly what I need to make the clarity. The $1,000 that Abba donated is still currently in the Liberian community. Nobody using it. It's sitting on the 75 people check that the board of directors pulls the account that have that $1,000 that was donated to the community, and it's sitting there. So nobody uses money. It's there.
And listen, guys, as much as we move on, our work is to ask the question, their work is to answer. All right? It's not, we shouldn't get into it like that. Let us and they can answer.
You know, if that was not, to sit here today and hear Mr. Chico. My name is James K. Allen Jr., former president of the Liberian Community Association. Okay? Former board member of the Liberian Community, currently serving on the board, Yula Board of Directors. Okay, to represent this community at the Yula Board. Okay? This is my question. We all understand that, look, folks, if you are not part of the organization, you just don't understand what it is. And the clear fact about it is that Abba is in school because he don't understand the situation. Okay? Now, having said that, Mr. Chipley, former President Bala Masako is your father-in-law. Irrespective of the guy. Here's the problem. When Bala Masako was president, you were in this community just as long as where were you? Where were you? Where were you? When things started with part of this community, where were you? The fact is, you don't know about it. You think the story that you don't know. Where were you? Where were you?
So let Abba, guys, let Abba answer. Abba, please. Guys, can we come down, please? Abba. Abba.
See?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Honorable James, I've always been here serving
and providing guidance. I own a company, my wife and I, that employ more than 40 Liberians, a home care agency company. If that's not service, I don't know what is. But besides that, I've lent my expertise to churches, nonprofit organizations in this community, mentoring youth in this community in one of the largest churches called Harvest. People know my track record there. Now, on my father-in-law's side, I was right there in the background, listening, learning. I wasn't ready to step up to leadership at the time, but I was right there, listening, learning.
Thank you. So we're going to close it up, guys. We're going to give them the chance to engage each other, and from there, we take one last question, and we'll call this a day. Mr. David, you're going to ask 3 questions. You're going to answer. Mr. Gibbet, you're going to ask 3 questions. I want this the best question, and then you're going to answer. You go first.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna just say this for the record. Unfortunately, my laptop died. So if you're watching online and you don't see me, that's because it died. So real quick, I would just say, you want me to ask one at a time?
One at a time.
Okay. So Mr. G, I see everything you are doing, and I have so I see everything you are doing in the community of recent. Now that you are applying to be president of the Liberian Community Association. You have all these brilliant ideas. Why didn't you reach out to the administration of an organization you claim to love and say, guys, I don't think you're doing it the right way. Here is how it should be done. Why didn't you offer this expertise?
Thank you. Oh, Danny, you're wrong on that. You know, one of the things about you, Danny, is that you don't do your due diligence. You don't ask the right question. Danny, if you talk to the financial secretary, Mr. Jerry Kelly, Jerry will tell you, and he's in the audience, Jerry will tell you every year he reaches out to me when it's time to file. Not only that, I've lent not just my expertise to this community, but I've provided sound tax compliance advice on how things should be done. And when I try to question, or when I try to hold the organization accountable, you withdrew. It wasn't about me not reaching out. It was about you bringing the change in, withdrawing. So I have been reaching out. I have tried to reach out. And as a matter of fact, if you ask your financial secretary, he has reached out, and I've offered my professional expertise to him. He's right here in the audience, and I think we're going to make it that.
Thank you very much.
Do you have a question for Danny? I do have a question for Danny. Danny, my question is simple. When is the organization tax return due? And have you filed already and reviewed it? Can you provide the financial review? Can you say here for the folks to hear how much money was raised and what the estimated expenses are for the fiscal year 2025?
That's a good question. Coming from a tax professional, I am not a tax professional, so I don't need to do that.
Step away. Wait a minute.
Come on, man. You talk. Let me talk. You know something. I think that's the wrong.
You're leading an organization.
My man, stop interrupting, Bob. Come on. I am not a tax professional. I don't need to know it all. Okay? We are all in different professions with different experience and knowledge. I don't know what time the community do their filing. I know that the financial secretary does the following. I follow up with the financial secretary and ask him on a regular basis, did the paperwork get completed? Yes. He sends me screenshots and email to those effects. Me, as the leader of the organization, as the president, that is my duty to follow up to those who are elected by the Liberian people to serve in the capacity. I don't overshadow them because I don't micromanage. What I do is give my people the chance to serve in the capacity for which they were elected. So I'm not over the shoulder of my financial secretary.
So, yeah, folks, bring this home. Anyone who is anyone who is overseeing an organization should know when filings are due. You can't leave that responsibility to your financial secretary. That's the least you can do. So does that mean that?
Thank you.
And that's
Thank you. That is your second question, your last question. All right? Yes, sir. No, it's so, I like this. Man, can we do another debate before the election? It is so beautiful that we was able to sit here today and talk to those that are on the fence. Those that have been on the fence that you don't know where to go for Mr. Jigo or Mr. Cooper. I hope you saw today. I'm happy that we are in a gym and we are facing each other one-on-one. Nobody told me here to tell you what to say, so you have a I was like, that's the last question. And we just say that going after one-on-one. Nobody can help you. That's good. Something that you get tired that you have to figure out on your own. Welcome to it. And lastly, I just want to know, my brother, what do you consider your most proud moment in life? That's what I need to know.
Most proud moment in life. Thus far.
Your proudest moment in life.
Oh, Danny, I'll answer that question, but I have to say that I've yet to maximize my full potential. Well, let me say this, I've yet to maximize my full potential. So my proudest moment, I think, is still in the future. But for now, I think that my proudest moment has been watching my kids who have seen their father step into leadership role. They themselves and in the audience. My daughter is now vying for vice president of her school by watching what her father is doing. Serving people. Leadership is not about politics, it's about serving people. What's the last question today? Now, Jenny is another platform. And it has to do with something maybe you don't know again. All the excuses. What processes, what system, what controls will you put in place when you're president to avoid mismanagement, misappropriation of assets? Something that is, what processes and structure would you put in place when you're president?
That's a good question from my opponent. I don't know what they call mismanagement because I didn't have anything to manage coming into power. Secondly, is that I never claimed to be a man on an island. We have a lot of people in this room with bright minds, with the ideas, with the knowledge that they have acquired over the years. We would tap into those expertise and we will put people in places where they can better serve this community, and we would do our part as a leader. I have been in leadership for over 15 years with a great track record for Fortune 500 companies, and the records are out there. So I will use those expertise
to ensure that the Liberian community gets what it deserves. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. So here we are. Yeah, thank you. Here we are. Great men. Seriously. You cannot ask for any better. We may disagree, right? No more questions. We may disagree, but one thing we should go away today, tonight, both men, they are great family men. Either of them can do better. We can learn from our mistake, and we can make this community the place that Liberian must come through when they enter the United States. Now, I bring a message for you. Let allow the past to be the past. You know what we always say when we're growing up, right? The past is my heritage. The present should be our responsibility. As we look forward to the future, which is our challenge. I applaud Danny Watkins, and I applaud Dr. Tiffany. Gentlemen, can you come forward, please? You can put it back there. You can come forward. It's very simple. We are all the time. We are all the time. Yeah. But we want to say to all of you that will go out there tomorrow. I got mad with the turning out. You guys all right? But that's the beginning. Register to vote. Vote with your person. Vote because of what you believe in and the best person. Vote. Gentlemen, can you shake it? And what we're asking, I beg everybody to take the camera. We're going to do one photo. For the sake, listen, for the sake of the community, post it on your Facebook pages, post it on your Instagram, and say unity. Unity.
All right, yeah, folks. Apologize that there wasn't sound at the end, but you see the moderator packing it in there. I know that packing a tablet, packing a laptop, packing everything. But it was a good debate. The folks dancing, enjoying themselves. After a heated debate, we started off with the vice presidential candidates first, and then transitioned to the presidential candidates. At the end of the day, you've listened to their messages, and those there in the central Jersey metropolitan area will definitely be casting their votes for a president and vice presidential candidate as well. Liberians whom have been listening in, same as we listen to issues happening in Liberia from the diaspora. Liberians listen all from the diaspora. Let us know the quality of the audio. I think we've got sound now. Just let us know the quality of the audio. But we needed to mute because of copyrighted songs being played. My name is Diamond Slanger. I've been producing from Liberia. Well, some people are asking who won the debate. That is for you to decide. Having listened to these candidates is for you to decide who you think won the debate. But at the end of the day, members of the Liberian Association, the Liberian Community Association of Central Jersey and the metropolitan areas will cast their vote. The message is unity and pressing forward. Others have said we cannot press forward and not, take into consideration what happened in the past. Well, see the moderator shaking hand, taking picture, and all that kind of stuff. It's cue for us to go. Beautiful program. If you're having a program as well there in the US and you want us to bring it live on the TV and radio as we've done for this particular community, then you can reach out to us as well. Good job done by the moderator himself, Mr. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon Sr., also, there in New Jersey. We want to say thank you for following. We appreciate your presence and over 5,000 plus viewers on social media platforms watching as we speak. And also via the radio, tens of thousands watching. Remember, if this community is able to put and bury the past and move forward, what's going to happen is not just Liberians there in New Jersey will benefit, or those in the Central Jersey and metropolitan areas will benefit, but Liberians back home, because they will be taking on initiatives that will not only benefit their members there in the US and the area for which to cover, but also Liberians whom, look at the issues of the bed. Say, the bed, the moderator buying out. Yeah, Mr. Moderator, thank you. Good job. Good job. All right, so the moderator is buying out. But remember, if they're able to pull together and be united, they will help each other. The issue of immigration, the issue of job provision, the issue of welfare, the issue of togetherness, not just hitting rare club and party and social. Yeah, I want it can happen too, because if you are too serious again, chill, then where's the togetherness? But if they're able to pull together, have a leadership that is accountable, transparent, innovative, we back home to a benefit now. Because the Liberian community there is able to negotiate, is able to lobby, is able to look for scholarship opportunities, not just for their members there, but those back home, if they're able to send, they said mention fire truck and other things, but other services that are needed and other items that are needed to Liberia, they can even negotiate sisterly relationship with other townships and cities in Liberia and connect them with their township and cities in the US, so that we can have libraries, we can have a lot of other things. It can only be possible if you have a fully functioning and united community. So we wish them all of the best. All of the best we wish them, and we hope that that community moves forward as we saw them dancing and exchanging hugs and the rest. We do hope that after these elections are over with, the loser can join the winners to move a better community. There should be unity. There should be togetherness. Shouldn't be that usual thing. Is, Liberian can help each other when you travel. The Liberian people then and together, they always fight each other. The other person feel that they know, the other person feel that they don't know. Only if you can hold rare cup like that, they'll look your way and yaddy 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 and all these things. Meanwhile, when you look on the other side, you see the Nigerian community, they're thriving. You see the Ethiopian community, they're thriving. You see the Somali community, they're thriving. And the rest, the Sudanese community, they're thriving. The Kenyan community, they're moving forward. The Ghanaian community, they're moving forward. They're doing BBT now magic. They are united. They are together. They help each other. So we hope and pray that we follow you as well. Have yourselves a wonderful time. Thank you for following us. On behalf of the entire production team, Lou's now in Tobert. It's been a while. Hope you're doing great. You're voting too in our community. You're voting too, But thank you guys for following. Thank you for watching. It's been a pleasure producing. It's been an interesting debate. And we look forward to other communities doing the same thing. When you have your leadership election and auditing, contact us. We will provide you, if not Mr. Witherspoon serving as a moderator, which he cannot serve as a moderator on all of the different debates and all of that, but we can provide you the technical setup to have your debate broadcast live. On that note, it's a wrap. Goodbye. Enjoy the rest of your day. Good night to everybody here in Liberia. I did enjoy the debate, and I look forward to seeing much more of that. Bye-bye.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEOs, then with the spoon, and your boy, right at the south, man. To get your information, to be Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon television.